Good morning. Welcome to the Project Oversight Committee meeting. It's Friday, April 25th, approximately 8:35. We'd like to call this meeting to order. If I could call a roll call. Chair is present. Member Anthony Alto,
Present.
Lisa Baker,
Present.
Chris Moylan. Here. Ed Sniffen is excused. Art Tolentino is excused. Robert Yu.
Present.
And we also want to note the presence of Chair Colleen Hanabusa in person, as well as Member Natalie Iwasa online. Yeah. Yeah. So we're good. Yeah. First item on the agenda, do we have any public testimony? Anybody that would like to offer public testimony on any of the agenda items in person or online? Seeing none. Item number 3, approval of video minutes and summary. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Any second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Chair?
Yes, Natalie.
Yeah, so those meeting minutes were not posted on the agenda as the other materials were. And I know we received an email that it was posted on the Hart website, but I couldn't find them. So personally, I don't think it's proper to approve them when they haven't been available to the public, as far as I know.
Okay, thanks, Natalie. Member Lisa?
Natalie, they are posted in the March board meeting next to the agenda. And according to Cindy, that's where she's always put them. We just didn't do the links.
Okay, so yeah, I personally like to review those, and I haven't had an opportunity because I didn't know that. I mean, I've always gone through the agenda to get our materials. I find the Hart website, since they redid the whole thing, 4 years ago, I have a very difficult time finding documents on there. It was much easier in the past. So just make that note. Of course, I don't have a vote. It's up to you. Thank you.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, so Lisa, it's in the March folder?
Yep, the meeting minutes are in the folder with the meeting that they're for.
Okay,
Yes.
sounds good. So you know what? I mean, I don't think we have to approve the minutes this meeting. You know, maybe what we could do is just defer approval of the minutes if, yes, discussion, Chair?
No, just so that we're clear, Dan and I have had this discussion, and I actually had it with Cindy as well. There's a question as to whether under the Sunshine Law, we really do have to do the posting of the minutes. The requirement is really the posting of the video, which we automatically do, and that has the 40 day, if I recall the law correctly, requirement. When we started to post the minutes and did the format that we did, it was because Cindy was doing it anyway, and that I believe that in the interest of serving the public, we should continue. However, as to a legal requirement, it is not required. So my recommendation would be, and Dan and I have spoken about this, and Dan can correct me if I'm wrong, is that until we find a Cindy replacement, that what we would do is we will really not do these minutes as we have come to know it, and just have the posting in compliance with Sunshine. And then when we get somebody on board who can actually do it, then we can begin to post again, if that's the sentiment of the board. The alternative was, and I'm not sure you guys would like this, the alternative was to ask all of you chairs, including myself, to go through and to actually do those minutes, because, you know, arguably you would be the ones reviewing the whole video anyway. I felt that may be onerous, so instead of doing that, why don't we just defer this with the understanding that it is not required under Sunshine. It is something that Hart did to assist the public, but given the fact that we do not have an executive officer it is really going to be extremely cumbersome to me on an all-volunteer board to take on yet another aspect of it.
So if I can just clarify,
Yeah.
Chair, so within the 40 days, we have not only the video, but we do need just the video summary that Cindy used to do. And it just has sort of timestamps as to when each agenda item started. But that's the extent of what has to be done and just within 40 days.
So why don't we, so I guess I would still ask the chairs to go through and do the video stamping. So what that is really is you take the agenda of your committee meeting and then you would watch the video, and where the counter comes up to whatever it is, you would just note it. And it isn't a lot for most of the committees. It's a lot for the main board meeting, but other than that. So that would be my recommendation. We have 40 days, so it's not something that we're, and we do not have to approve it.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's
no need
the
to
other
approve.
thing. So it doesn't have to be agendized because we don't need a vote and we don't have to approve it. That is, unless this board would like to continue that practice, then we can do it. But the question is whether you will continue it now or you want to continue it when we are fully staffed. So.
Any further discussion?
I'm all for Colleen's suggestion. In each of the committee chairs documenting the summary, if, as Dan mentioned, that's absolutely necessary. And then that we resume this if it's feasible when we have a new executive officer. And we take it off the agenda as an approval. So I guess it's those three things.
Chris?
And I propose that as a substitute motion, an amendment in full, revoking my previous motion and substituting that.
You have a second?
Seconded.
You withdraw your second, Lisa?
I don't know. I don't know what he's done.
He just, he,
just trumped me?
You can discuss it. You can't control a second. I'm trying to make it easy on you guys.
thanks, Chris. Just out of an abundance of caution, Lisa, will you withdraw your second, please? Sure. Okay, Anthony, you second the subsequent motion? Thank you. So Chair, can you clarify what you're suggesting, just for the record?
So, just so that we're clear, the approval of the video meeting minutes and summary is not a requirement to be voted on by any board or subcommittee by sunshine law. That is something that, in discussions with Cindy, because she was doing it anyway, that we felt that it should be part of the agenda for the public, could then access it and know what it is. So what is happening now, as I understand it, is we're not going to approve minutes. But under sunshine, within 40 days of the meeting, the video of the meeting has to be posted. And in addition, the summary has to also be posted. So that's what we're going to do. And so we're not going to do this within the context of our agenda.
So if it were written minutes, then we would have to approve. It's the difference is, the distinction is that these are video minutes.
So what has to be posted is the quote unquote official version. And so the board can decide whether official means you all approve it via a vote or it's just delegated to the committee chairs and the board chair to do it. Since we have a video recording of this, we don't need more detailed minutes. We just need like basically timestamp with when each agenda item starts.
I understand. I guess my question is, if hypothetically speaking, we were still doing written minutes, would we have to approve it?
I don't think that's necessarily required by the Sunshine Law, as long as the board's practice is that the official minutes come from either the committee chair or the board chair.
So just from my understanding, if there's written minutes and board members reviewed the written minutes and had suggested amendments to the written minutes, how would that get dealt with?
So good question. And again, it comes down to what the board's practice is going to be on if there are going to be written minutes. I mean, we haven't had that issue in the 3 years I've been here. So,
I don't think we've ever had written minutes.
right.
And the difference is that because it's an actual video of what transpired, there shouldn't be the discrepancy that you would have with someone's memory as to what was said. It's there. You get to look at it, it's there.
Right.
So that's why the video, the whole video proceeding of the meeting is the better, as we would say as lawyers, is the best evidence that we could possibly have. So I understand what you're saying, but we have never, we as a board, for as long as I've been here, has never approved minutes, as far as I can recall. You don't remember minutes as
No,
well.
my recollection is the same.
Okay, all right. So the motion is to defer until further notice.
My motion?
The,
I think it's more specific than that. It's to take the chair's recommendation that we do what is minimum required by the Sunshine Law until such time as we have a new executive director on board, and then we can go back to doing what we used to do.
okay, is everybody okay with that? Any discussion? Natalie, you have anything?
Sorry, no, but I do recall that minutes were published, but this was quite some time ago, written minutes. It was before the videos were, actually it was before videos were even done. So anyway, I think as long as they're posted, as long as people know where they are, that's really important. Then I'm good with following the Sunshine Law and the other recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, well, let's move on to item number 4. Resolution 2025 approving notification to the city county of intention to acquire by eminent domain fee simple interest in a portion of real property identified as tax map key located at 560 Halikuila Street, Honolulu, Hawaii 96823, owned by Design Partners Properties. Any testimony in person or online? Seeing none. Krista?
Sure, I have a presentation that covers the 3 resolutions, so I don't know if you need to read all 3 to begin with.
Okay, well, in that case, if we take items number 4, 5, and 6 together, we also have Resolution 2025 regarding the property located at 609 Keawe Street, owned by Bank of Hawaii, trustee for Catherine McGrew Cooper Trust, as well as, are you also including item 7? Is it all 4?
No.
Yes, it looks like it's not highlighted, but it is the resolution 2025-10.
But that's about the board.
No? Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's not, it's
So
not
just the
a
3?
condemnation, yeah.
2025-9, 2025-10, and 2025-12. Okay, 2025-12 is related to the property located at 576 Halikuila Street, owned by Goodwill Kaka'ako Center and BBBSH Properties LLC. Is there anybody in the audience or online that would like to testify on any of these 3 resolutions for the intention to acquire by eminent domain the said properties? Seeing none, Krista?
Chair,
Yes.
I have a quick question before we start. Is there an issue regarding item number 5, resolution 2025-10, and agenda item number 7 also has the same resolution? So maybe it's just a clarification that these are 2 different things.
Item 7 should be 2025-13.
No, I think actually there's an error on the agenda. Item number 7 should be stricken. That's not, we have no documentation, and when I checked, there wasn't anyone that was ready to talk about that.
Okay. Well, so let's just focus on resolution 2025, item number 4, resolution 2025-9, item number 5, resolution 2025-10, and item number 6, resolution 2025-12. And to Robert's point, and to Lisa's point, let's defer item number 7 until further notice. Any discussion? Okay, Krista?
Thank you. This presentation is a request for approval to notify the City Council of Hart's intent to acquire property by eminent domain for 3 properties referred to as Design Partners properties, Catherine Cooper Trust, and Goodwill Big Brother Big Sister properties. They're all along Halaquila. The first property is located at 560 Halaquila, and this is the one owned by Design Partners. The acquisition you can see on the right-hand side is the small yellow area. There's going to be a column, a straddle-bent column placed in that area, and it also provides for some maintenance and buffer area around that column. Part of the column is actually in the public right-of-way, and there's a small portion on the property. The next one is for the Catherine Cooper Trust. It's at 609 Cave. And again, on the right-hand side, you can see that it is not the full property. It is just a small portion for the column location, or for placement of a straddle-bent column. It's 475 square feet. And the next slide is 576 Halaquila, owned by Goodwill Big Brother Big Sister. And again, it's for placement of a straddle-bent column. It's 203 square feet. It's for the column placement and then some buffer area around it for maintenance and safety. It requires fee simple interest in a portion of the subject properties to accommodate the placement of guideway straddle-bents along Halaquila Street. The amount of just compensation for each property has been determined according to the URA. Hart provided an offer to acquire the fee simple interest in the portion of each of the properties. 2 of the owners rejected Hart's offer. The third, when I wrote this, had not responded. We have since talked with them, and we're having a conversation. They have not accepted their offer, though. The owners have been given a reasonable time to consider the offers. In order to adhere to the CCGS construction schedule, it's necessary to refer these properties to condemnation. Efforts will be made to continue negotiations with each owner with the goal of reaching an amicable and reasonable settlement. As a reminder of the eminent domain approval process, this will allow us to notify the City Council of our intent to use eminent domain. Once we notify the Council, they have 45 days to approve or adopt a resolution regarding the condemnation. Upon approval or no action by the City Council, we then come back to the Board of Directors and ask for a resolution approval to actually file the eminent domain. So this is just the beginning step that lets us get the clock ticking on that condemnation approval process. Thank you.
Members, yes, Chris?
Is there a statutory definition of what the reasonable time is that we have to provide them to respond to the offer?
There's not. It just says reasonable time. Typically, not less than 30 days is not reasonable if it were less than 30 days. But it is not actually, a number of days is not given in the statute.
In this case, how much time has elapsed?
So it
between
depends.
the offers and now?
It depends for each owner. The shortest time frame would be with Goodwill. Has been, I think, about 40 days. Catherine Cooper Trust may be a week longer than that. Design Partners, I believe, was issued in December, so a while.
Thank you.
And we'll continue to try and work with those owners.
Chair, I have
Yes,
a
Robert.
quick question, Krista. So the Goodwill, the Big Brother property, when did we decided that we need a certain portion of that parcel?
I don't know exactly when it was decided, but it's quite some time ago.
So what my question is, okay, I'm just reading the article in the newspaper. The Goodwill representative said they bought the property in 2024, right? So we knew a long time ago when they bought the property, wouldn't that be disclosed by whoever the seller is, that a certain area of that property would be, I guess, subject to purchase by Hart? I'm just curious, if we told them a long time ago, that probably should have been disclosed, right?
So I don't know what obligations the seller has as far as disclosure goes. That isn't my area of expertise, but I do know that they were aware of the acquisition, and the article doesn't say that they didn't know about it. They just were stating that they've just recently owned it or purchased it. I know that they were aware.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, Anthony?
Is the nature of their objection that they're trying to get more money, or they're saying you should move that column?
So I don't know that there's an objection, and I need to be careful about what I'm saying in public, but I will say this. There was a meeting prior to their acquiring the property, and the column was in a different location. And we listened to their feedback about its location and its impact on the property. And we did what we could to move it as far out of the way to make the impacts as little as possible.
Could I just say, Chair, I actually went out with a Heart team and we walked all of Halakawila to look at this issue because originally they were going to be the typical columns down the center of the road, and we moved them to become straddle vents, which is a column on either side of the street. As you know, probably Laurie ought to speak to it better, but I just wanted to say that on that walk, it was quite clear that Heart was doing, that the Heart team were doing everything they could to minimize the impact on the property owners along there. And I want to, say that, draw people's attention to that. They are doing what they can to minimize the impact of this project.
Thank you, Anthony. Any other questions, discussion? Chair? Natalie? Nope. Is there
Yes,
any-
yes.
Sorry,
Sorry. Sorry, I had a problem clicking my button. Yeah, so, the way that article was written, it just, again, puts Heart in a negative light. And so I'm wondering, since we don't have an executive officer, has somebody monitored the testimony? Because it would be really good for the board to know what the position of, Goodwill is. They can say anything in the paper, but unless we hear something from the owners themselves, it's hard to understand actually what's going on. So was anything received via written testimony regarding these issues?
I'll let Lisa respond first about the written testimony, and then I'll respond about communication with them.
So I checked the Heart Board email, and there was nothing in there about Goodwill and the Goodwill property.
Okay, thank you. So, initially I felt really quite bad. They actually purchased this in December 2024, according to the city's website on real property taxes. So, for us to be coming in now just a little more than 3 months later and saying we're going to take it, it just, again, looks bad. So, without having their input, I think, it's up to you folks, but I think we need to move forward. Thank you.
I just want to clarify again, they were aware of this before they acquired. We actually met with them, met with all parties. I normally wouldn't talk about that in public, but I think it's important here for you all to hear that we did have a meeting. They came in, so they fully understood what the column location was. Again, they asked us if we could possibly move it and decrease the impacts. We listened to that, we responded, and we did that as well. They quite some time passed, and they still went through with the transaction, so they understood what was going to happen. Now, there's a lot of times when it's a corporation or an organization such as Big Brother, Big Sister Goodwill, they need time to go through their process. So we don't necessarily know yet that they don't want to participate or accept our offer. We just know that the timing is such that we have to move forward in case we can't get somewhere, because it takes us 75 days to get approval for condemnation. So that's where I'm at, is just trying to respect the schedule and minimize our risk to the project. Thank you.
Thanks, Krista. Any further questions or discussion?
Yeah, just thanks to Krista. I appreciate those comments. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we're dealing with items 4, 5, and 6 on the agenda. Resolution 2025-9, 2025-10, and 2025-12. we're gonna take these up as a group, and before I do that, is there anybody in the audience that would like to testify on any of these items? Or on any of the items on our agenda today, for that matter? Okay, so as I understand it, just to clarify, this committee is going to take a vote on the three of these resolutions to notice the city council of Hart's intent to acquire by eminent domain these properties. But it's going to go, we're going to refer these issues to the full board for further action. Dan, that's correct, right? We're going to take action in this committee and refer it to the full board for further action?
Yeah.
Okay. So with that said, we also want to note the presence of Roger Morton. Thanks, Roger. But do we have a motion and a sec? Yes.
I'd like to move that we adopt Resolution 2025-9, Resolution 2025-10, and Resolution 2025-12.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Chris, thank you for the second. Any discussion on the motion to approve and refer to the full board for further action? Seeing none, is there any opposition? Any no votes? Okay, the motion is carried. Resolution 2025-9, 2025-10, and 2025-12 has been adopted and referred to the full board for further action. Thanks, Krista. Moving on to item number 8, February 2025 monthly progress report. When you're ready. Thanks, Vance.
Morning, Chair, Board
Morning.
members. Vance Suda, Hart Project Director. We'll start with the monthly progress report, and as usual, we'll go through the key issues on page 5. I'm gonna take it a little out of order, but I'll call out what I'll report on first. So starting with CCUR3, so all 6 traffic signals are complete. The infrastructure, all the underground conduits and whatnot, cabling, they actually cut all those traffic signals over, so they're all on the new traffic signals. So big milestone there with getting that completed. The AIS Archaeological Inventory Survey that continues along Halakawila. We've done 18 of the 22 locations, all done, monitored and recorded. Still working through the remaining 4. And the contractor continues to make progress, slow progress, not as quickly as we want to see it. But they are making progress. They're actually going to start repaving next week, Monday. They'll start from River Street and move their way east. So you'll see a lot of that ongoing starting next week. And we're expecting substantial completion, looking to be Q3 of this year, Q3 of this year. Moving on to CCUR 4 and 4E next. So the micro tunneling conduits, last time we reported there were issues with the conduits. It wasn't the right conduits that were installed. They had to order new conduits and replace those conduits. So all the conduits have been replaced. They have been tested and grouted, so that's all complete as of April 5th. The contractor is working on backfilling the jacking and receiving pits out at the Kapalama Canal, so the 30-foot deep pits where those microtunnels are. They're working on backfilling, probably take them until end of next month to completely backfill that. HECO manholes and handholes, we continue to do inspections with HECO, getting HECO's buy-off on those manholes so we can start racking and cabling and everything else through those manholes. We have installed the alternate grounding and had HECO approve that, so moving forward with getting those approved and getting them ready and turned over to CCUR 4E for cabling. Wooden poles, 58 out of the 62 have been installed. 138 kV poles. So there were 8 foundations that needed to be poured for 138 kV poles, and when they were poured, there were deficiencies in the foundations. During inspections and testing, it was noticed out of the 8, 7 of them had voids in them. So we had to do investigative work. We took some core samplings, did some testing on that. The EOR and HECO ultimately being the owner of these foundations in the end, once we turn it back over to them, will need to accept. So we've been working very closely with the engineer of record and HECO on the repair plans to make sure that everybody's satisfied that these foundations can be repaired and used moving forward. So that's continuing to be discussed between the engineer of record and HECO on that repair plan moving forward. On that one foundation that was good, we did install the pole. So if you go out to like Maracay area, where not the warehouse Costco, but the other Costco refrigeration, that pole is up. You can see it there. Very large, very big poles. They actually look bigger than the existing poles that are out there. So one of them is up, and that one's good. The other 8 foundations will need to be repaired. And then we continue to work with HECO and the contractor to sequence the cabling. Very complicated shutdown of the 138 kV, and then cutting over to the new 138 kV and how that's going to work. It's not as easy as putting everything up one time, turning it on, turning it off, and you're done. It impacts customers, HECO service, so we have to go through a song and dance with HECO and our contractors to ensure the sections are completed, meets HECO's requirements. We can shut down the 138 kV that's existing and then turn on the new line. So a lot of coordination that's ongoing there. We'll continue that coordination until a final schedule is locked in and we can move forward. Moving on to City Center Guideway and Station, CCGS. We issued NTP early this month on April 1st. Guideway structure, common drawings, a lot of drawings and designs, preliminary designs are being submitted for review. So the guideway structure, common drawings, geotechnical reports, track alignment, station foundations for Chinatown and Evil Station. That's all being submitted for initial review. This is all definitive design, so 30% designs. That's all being reviewed by our team, provided comments. We did get definitive designs for the Kapalama and Kalihi station. We have, just to give you an idea, it's about 150 pages. We've got roughly 300 comments that are going back to the contractor for response. So, a lot of back and forth that's going to be going on until we move to the next step of interim design. So there's a lot of coordination with the team. The team's doing a really good job working with the contractor. Contractor's really great as well, coordinating, hearing our comments and concerns on the station design, station layout. Something to share, we've met with other city departments, TOD, DPP, on the stations, especially the Evil station, and the orientation of that station with that development all occurring in that Evil area. Ensuring that the station is oriented in the right way so that it can accommodate the TOD that's going to be developed. Also including things not to preclude the station to be tied into in the future by somebody else, if they want to develop and tie into the station at some point in time. So we've been meeting with this other city departments and stakeholders just to make sure we hear their comments, and if we can make adjustments, we do, but it's very hard, being that the preliminary or the 30% design reference drawings that were given to the contractor, they're pretty set on that, but they are accommodating where they can. So these minor tweaks, they're able to do that. No major changes, to the design in terms of, changing the overall footprint or things like that. Just minor things so that in the future, when TOD does occur around the stations, they can have better access or better ways of tying into the station, done all by the developer, whoever it may be at that point in time. So we do have a community presentation coming up about end of June timeframe for the Chinatown station. So what we're planning to do next month is present that definitive design to you folks here, to give you kind of a preview of what the station looks like, Again, very preliminary. So you'll see, ground level, pedestrian level or concourse level, platform level, maybe 1 or 2 renderings of the station. Not too much details in that, but we'll present that at the next board meeting. And I believe that's only going to be 1 station at that time. But as we progress and all the other stations come along, we'll present that as it moves along. Moving on to AGS or segment 2, as we know and it's made public, the operational readiness for segment 2 or turnover to Roger. We're actually going to turn over to Roger September 30th, and revenue service is planned for October 1st. So 1 day less for us to give Roger his opening. So we continue to test throughout segment 2. If you've been out there at night, you see the trains moving back and forth along segment 2 alignment. They're doing round trip testing, testing destination IDs with the trains, ensuring that the train control, communication system, SCADA system, everything works together. We're expecting to start trial run in early July. We'll run scenarios, regular scenarios, running the train from one station to the next station, contingency scenarios where maybe a station's out of service and we'll skip a station, emergency scenarios. That'll all be run in the early July timeframe. By the end of July, we should start system demo or system availability demonstration. That's where we have a rolling 30-day average of 98.5% goal or target that needs to be met. And once that's met, then we can turn it over to Roger. So as of now, we are confident that we can meet that schedule. Again, based on all that we know and we're currently tracking. Testing is very unknown. We could run into issues and it's a very tight schedule, so we'll have to look at ways to mitigate any issues. But currently, we're still tracking to turn over to Roger by September 30th. And just to note, the PMOC, the Project Management Oversight Consultant for the FTA, they were here this week. They were doing what's called an OP54 review, basically a review for readiness for service. They come in, they look at documents, they look at testing, they look at our safety certification process, and they kind of give a status of how we're doing in terms of being ready for operations or revenue service. And based on the preliminary reports, they were out there, I think last night or the night before, witnessing testing on the trains and things like that. There were no major issues. They do have some concerns about the tight time frame and the schedule, which we all have concerns about being it's so tight. But overall, they didn't have any major issues that they raised at the time. That concludes my report. I'm open for questions.
Members, questions? Chris?
Just a couple. With regard to the CCUR3 and the HECO piece, page 27 says that was supposed to be completed in March. Do you have any idea of when it will be completed?
Yeah, thanks for, it's going to be, we're looking at May.
May? Yeah. And then the second one is the Wi-Fi page 16, that was supposed to be complete in the first quarter.
Yeah,
If it isn't,
they
when will it be?
they didn't reach the availability that they're required. So similar to system demo, they need to meet availability percentage. They didn't meet it in first quarter. They did meet it just recently, and we're preparing substantial completion for them, hoping to get that granted to them, I'd say in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, so both of these two items will be done by May.
The HECO and CC, yeah.
Great, thanks.
Any other questions? Yes, Roger.
Not a member, but you on the have you decided yet where you're going to display artifacts to meet the programming agreement?
No, we had some ideas, Chinatown Station being one.
That's what I was really thinking was the one and I guess my question is, when it's turned over, would that be part of the design of the station? And would there be a nice display area that was artful and all of those things?
Yeah, our planning environmental team is working with the design team to kind of find a location for that and have it nicely displayed. They haven't determined that yet, but they are working together.
Yeah, for the other members, that's things that are found throughout the construction that are noteworthy historical artifacts that I think are required to be protected and displayed. And we could make a nice display out of it. It'll be very nice.
Yeah, we got fish hooks, old soda bottles, things like that.
Yeah.
Some cool things. Cannonball.
Any other? All right, Roger, are you done? Chair, Chair, go ahead.
On page 14, this is your core systems testing progress. You have 91% work completed, 9% work remained. Is this the work, quote unquote, the testing that's being done?
Yes.
So if I recall correctly, wasn't there something before that, if you test and all of a sudden something doesn't work, you got to start all over again? Do you guys still do that? Or are you like, you reach a certain point and it's passed and then you move forward?
Yeah, so maybe just very high level. So we do system integration testing, and we did migration earlier in January, February timeframe. Basically, they test each subsystem station by station one at a time. So they'll test the comms at the Pearl Harbor station independently. They'll test the SCADA independently. They tie everything together. They test the station by itself, and then they'll tie station to station. They'll do that type of testing, and then they'll do an integrated testing, which is somewhat I described. Then they did the migration testing, where they migrated some of that software and components from segment 2 to segment 1, and then they do system integrated testing with all of that all together, which is what they're doing now. Then they do the trial run, and then system demo was the 30-day rolling average. So for day 1, if they get 100%, through day 1 through day 5, they're at 100%. Day 20, they hit a slump and they drop to 75%. That average drops, and then they have another 10 days that are 100%, and they bring that up to 98.5% by day 30. Then they're done at day 30. But if it lingers on and they're at 97% at day 31, and day 32 they're at 98%, and by day, let's call it 40, they're at 98.5%. It's just that rolling average of the 30 days where they'll meet that.
So this
availability.
9%, I assume, is not. We're not talking about the rolling average.
No.
You're talking about some other kind of testing.
It's just tracking the tests, the individual tests and test reports that need to be completed, and that's all inclusive in terms of the minor testing that I mentioned, station by station, and then the integrated testing and trial runs all in that calculation.
So right now you're finished with the individual testing, and then so you're going into the integrated testing now.
Yep.
So with 9% work remained, it doesn't say you failed. It just says 9% work remained. How does that then translate to the potential turnover to Roger by September 30th? So
Yeah, so
October
we'll
1?
hit this 100%, I believe, after trial run is complete. So trial run is included in that. Just the testing for the 98.5% is separate. So if we meet the 100%, we're done with that. All testing is complete, accepted. The 98.5 is just another contract requirement that they need to meet. And until they meet that 98.5%, we can't turn over to Roger. But
That's
once they
the
meet
30-day,
Yeah,
like the
rolling average.
rolling average for 30 days.
Yep.
So you're pretty close to being in that 30-day portion now
We're looking end of July is what we're shooting for
the 30 days.
to start the 30 days.
August. Well, that's
Start.
yeah to
Yeah,
start.
to start.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, it's when we talk about the October, and we were just talking about this internally, October seems like a long time from now. You got 5 months or so. Really, we only have the next couple of months to get everything completed so that Hitachi can really start their testing as if they were in service and running these scenarios. So there's not much time to get all these other tests completed.
But given the fact that they've already done it through, West Oahu and also to Kamehameha Highway, don't they kind of know what potentially is the snafus and prepare for that?
Yeah, I guess the major difference obviously is that segment 1 is in service and segment 2 isn't. The challenge that they have there and they didn't have in segment 1, segment 1, they had free reign of the entire guideway and stations. They can run whenever they wanted. Here, just to give you an overview, while they're doing the system availability demonstration, that's going to be during revenue service. So basically, you're running trains through segment 1, Aloha Stadium, train stops, all the passengers got to get off. The train is going to continue on to segment 2. They're going to run throughout segment 2 and come back to segment 1. There's unknown factors in terms of passengers, hanging out on the train, not wanting to get off. That could cause impacts to, the schedule and time frame for the system availability demonstration, also impacting segment 1 revenue. So it's a little challenging in terms of that. And then also, as we talked previously, the cutover and migrating everything over from segment 2 to segment 1, adding hundreds of cameras to the existing system, making sure that they're addressed properly, including that new bandwidth and everything else that needs to be incorporated. So it's a challenge.
Thank you.
Chair, I have a quick question.
One sec. Before we go to you, Robert, Anthony, and then Robert, and then I'll come back to you, Chris, if that's okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. I was just wondering about the 138 kV foundation, pole foundations that have had these problems. Is there any risk that that might start to impact the critical path?
It does have potential risk. We are looking at potential option B. We've had discussions with the contractor of, if you got to do this foundation again, be prepared for that. But the way it's trending currently with discussions with HECO and the EOR, we do see a path forward to resolving and fixing those foundations. But yes, if it comes down to it and we need to redo those foundations, there could be impacts.
Thanks, Chair.
Robert?
Thanks, Vance, for detailing all the work you need to get done before October 1st. So let's just taking up on what you said about the 30-day testing starts July 1st. Could you give us some estimated timeline as to after the 30-day testing, which will be completed at the end of July, assuming everything according to plan? What is the timeline for tasks after July 31st to get to October 1st?
So just a quick correction. So trial run starts beginning of July. System demo starts the end of July, which starts that 30-day rolling average. If all goes well and they get it done in 30 days, that'll be great. They're scheduling, a little more than 30 days. Just a reminder, segment 1, they got it done in 34, 35 days. They're confident they can do that again with segment 2. But once that's done and it's accomplished, there's a process where we need to certify the system.
Oh, one second. And that's kind of what I want to know, what we want to know. So the demo test run, let's just say it's 30 days, forget about 34 days. That'll be completed at the end of August. Is that what you said?
So right now they're targeting, if I'm not mistaken, end of August, early September.
Okay, let's just say end of August.
Okay. End of
let's
August.
just assume that's it.
Yep.
Then what's the timeline on September 1st?
So we have 2 weeks to package up and get the SSCVR, and it's slipping my mind as to what it stands for: Safety, Security, Review, Verification. Yeah. Basically, not just HART, but DTS, State Safety Oversight. So HDOT signs off on, you've met all your requirements in terms of safety. So it's basically our safety checklist that we need to go through and say, yes, we've done all these items, we've met all the safety requirements. Lori signs, I believe Roger signs, HDOT signs, and then that gets packaged up to FTA.
Okay, so
basically,
that's a 2-week process.
Yeah.
Okay, so it'll push. So now we're on at September 15th. Let's just assume everything goes according to plan. So September 16th, you will submit that entire package to the FTA for their review. So how long is that process?
they could probably turn it around in a day or two.
Okay, let's just say 1 week. So
Okay.
now in the third week of September. So after that, what else do we have to do, and what's the timeline before it gets ultimately transferred to DTS?
We're done at that point, and
Okay.
we give the keys to Roger.
All right, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So just based on your timeline, and I don't want to, like, you know, say it'll be done exactly on that timeline. So it could be the third week of September if everything goes according to plan. No, I know. I mean, you know, things happen, right? You know, the 34 days of testing, I cut it down to 30 days, just for the purpose of this conversation here.
So it's very tight.
Yes,
I mean, we were
understand.
very public, end of the year, and now we've just crunched that schedule
Yeah,
by 2-3 more months. But again, I'm making it so public. If we don't pass, if those safety things don't pass, we're not going to meet that
Yeah.
September 30th deadline.
Right.
The mayor just put out that deadline, and we're going to strive to do our best to meet it, but we will not compromise safety. So
Yeah.
we're not going to rush. If we go past, I'm sorry, Roger, he's planning a celebration, we will not go.
yeah. Oh, absolutely. But putting dates, you know, I know we have a lot of things to do, and we talk about that a lot, right? But putting dates on each one of the things that we have to do, give context as to, you know, what's possible, what's not possible.
Yeah, we've got a
Very detailed between us and I don't know if DTS, but Hitachi.
Yeah.
Okay.
definitely.
All right.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
detailed.
Okay,
schedule,
thanks,
yeah.
Chair.
Lisa, before I go to you, can we go back to Chris? Yeah, Chris has been waiting.
I had a couple of comments inspired by some of the other remarks. First, with regard to the artifacts issue. Back in the 90s, I attended an APTA conference that had some people working on the Athens Metro to get a new line built before the Olympics. And they were, you know, having to bore underground, or they didn't have to worry about anything, but for every single station, there was millions of artifacts. And they decided to turn every station into a museum. And it was incredible. It's the type of thing that causes people actually just to want to come to the train station just to see the museum. So Roger is right. If anything really good comes up out of the ground there, it could be something that actually draws people to the line. And then I wanted to follow up on the rolling average thing. Is the rolling average something that you apply to the contractor? Is that
It's a contract requirement.
because depending upon how you want to define it, let's say they have one bad day. You know, it's like a kid who gets all A's and gets 1 0, right? The average doesn't necessarily reflect the overall performance. If you wanted, you could have a rolling median, which would be sort of much more in that direction. But I guess since you're the ones designing the requirement, it's really up to you. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Lisa, thanks.
So I think we've brought up, and Robert, you brought up some really good information today that I think we have to be very careful about as a board. This is, as Lori has said over and over again, this is an extremely tight schedule. And I don't believe, unless I'm mistaken, that as a board, this is our area to weigh in on to others. This is something that if somebody's asking us about the status of the testing or the status of turning it over to DTS, should be left completely up to Lori and her team and Roger and his team, and we stay out of it. Because the wrong thing said by a board member at this point, and as we go into the fall, can really reflect really poorly either on the board or on the project. And it's really not our kuleana to weigh in on schedules. I mean, I think we're way down into the weeds. And some of those conversations might be really valid and really important, and you're really curious. We can have those discussions one-on-one with Hart's team. I think Lori's been really open about being willing to meet with us to do that. I think you've been doing that a lot, Anthony. And I just wanted to bring that up to remind us all that this is a time when the media and the people of the state are going to be highly focused on this segment opening, since the mayor has pushed the Hart timeline up from what was originally promised. So nothing more than that. And I also want to say, damn good job, you guys. I was looking through the safety and security certifications, which is something that I've known to look for in the project. And as of January, you're at 94%, which is huge. I can only imagine where you're at now. So anyway, this looks really good. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes, Chair, I have just one.
Yes, Natalie?
Thank you, Vance. I'm just wondering, in the report, it says that Hart shares its office space with the CCGS contractor. Was that something that was put into the RFP or into their contract?
It was negotiated during the procurement.
Okay, so I'm assuming then that we got a little bit of a discount on the overall cost of the contract because of that?
Yes.
Got quite a
Okay.
bit, Natalie. When the bid came in, it was actually much higher. So we had to negotiate different things. The stations was one of them, but the office space was another to save.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. I think that's really super because I know a few years ago there was concern about vacant offices there, and so that's good to hear that there was a discount provided on that or reduced contract costs.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you,
No,
Chair.
Not to elaborate on it too much, but the other benefit of having them here with us, we have the ability to go down, 5 floors, talk to them, talk through issues and concerns. It makes it a lot more convenient for us to work together and collaborate.
Agreed. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, yes, Anthony.
I think this is a result of losing our executive secretary, but we did actually have a red line version of this the last few times, which, given how many of the items are simply on repeat, it makes it a lot easier to go through if we see the red line items. I'm not sure if Cindy was doing that or if it was one of your team, but it's very helpful from our point of view.
Yep, we can provide.
Thanks.
And then
Thanks, Jim.
just wanted to give you the SSCVR Safety Security Certification Verification Report.
Say that 3 times fast.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? So I guess I did want to, and I apologize, I just wanted to touch on what member Lisa had brought up, and I totally agree and understand why you're bringing it up. But I just want to encourage, this is the project oversight, and I think scheduling is a critical part of project oversight, and I just don't want to discourage members from asking whatever question they feel they need to ask regarding cost or schedule. But with that said, of course, being mindful of the sensitivity of some of the subject matter that we talk about, I guess. So anyway, I just want to make sure that we're staying open and transparent and not discouraging members from asking questions if they feel the need to. Anyway, thanks, appreciate it. If there are no other questions, we could move on to the next item on the agenda. Item number 9, February 2025 Project Management Oversight Contractor Report.
If you can go to page 4, Chad.
Oh, excuse me. Before you go forward, is there anybody in the audience or online that would like to offer testimony on this or any other agenda item that we've been discussing on this agenda? Seeing none, go ahead, Vance.
All right, starting page 4, and as usual, go through the major issues and concerns. This is a new item, project budget risk, and this refers to the Hitachi claim against Hart in regards to segment 1 and 2, and also the revenue collections for second quarter of 2025. The Hitachi claim being such a large claim, PMLC just raised concerns about the impacts that will have to the overall project budget, and then the collections being that it was lower than what we were expecting. Not much else there. Moving on to the second item, and this is a carryover from in a previous item. This is the CCUR, CCGS contracts and just overall impacts to the critical path in terms of schedule and monitoring the schedule. And then CCUR3 is the new comment here in regards to their schedule pushing out to Q3 of this year. And that being, the near critical path is not on the critical path, so no impacts in terms of schedule, being that their schedule slipped, but just monitoring that in terms of overall project schedule, ensuring that that's completed in time. And a lot of the other information here I've reported in our report.
Paul?
Yep.
Okay, members, questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Natalie?
Thank you. I have a couple. Thank you, Vance. So with respect to that new budget risk, and perhaps it's just the way they're using the terms, but they say that they're concerned that the second quarter revenues for fiscal year 2025 was lower than expected. That means that they're talking about the GET that was just collected this month for last quarter. Is that right? Because we're not done with second quarter yet. Or do they mean okay, I should rephrase that. What exactly do they mean by that?
This is February report. Yeah.
Natalie, this covers the, for the PMOC, this covers January, so that would be the previous quarter. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's second quarter of the fiscal year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for that reminder. Then the other question I had is on page 6. So 1.4, the key indicators, there are several contract claims. Can you just let us know which ones are currently outstanding?
So right now, we have the Hitachi claim. I think that's the largest claim that we currently have. Other than that, we don't have any claims against Hearth on any open contracts.
Okay, super. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Natalie. Any other questions, comments?
Quick one, Chair.
Yes, Anthony?
When you're looking at the CCUR and you talk about the delays caused by unforeseen conditions, including misidentified utilities, we paid somebody to go out and identify all of those utilities, and they got it wrong. Is there a claim against them? What is the deal with that?
So the designer takes into account any as-built drawings or record drawings that they can get their hands on, working with other departments, utilities of the area, and take a block for between Alakea and Bishop, and they base their drawings off of that. You do some investigative work as much as you can to identify where utilities are, but you really have no idea until you open up the ground. So a lot of the times, you'll find things where they're supposed to be, and then you'll find things that are 5 feet off from where they should be. And it all goes back to whether those record drawings are accurate or not, or how old those record drawings are, or how accurate the previous contractors were putting in, utilities or moving utilities. So you're pretty much at the mercy of what's available to you. Technology has advanced throughout the years where you may be able to do some scanning or some, using technology to do investigative work, but that wasn't applied here. And it's very new technology. We've met with some, contractors that have the ability to do scanning, whether it's from a drone or, by hand rolling throughout the ground and to identify utilities. And now they're not completely 100% accurate. There are some, errors or issues with that as well. So until you really dig everything up, you'd never really know exactly where everything is. Hopefully we can produce record drawings that are better than what we've received in the past, and provide that to the utilities and other stakeholders. But yeah, it's a guess most of the time.
Thanks. As a comment, I should add that all of this work that Hart has done at great expense is having payoffs for other agencies, the Board of Water Supply, the city, ENV for its sewer lines and what have you. So that's work we've done on behalf of the community that hasn't been recognized in the past.
Thank you for paying it forward.
Any other questions, comments?
Chair, just
Yes, Natalie.
Thank you. Sorry, just to follow up, since we haven't really had a cash flow update with the detail per month and per quarter, can you tell us what was that difference on the collections versus what was projected for second quarter fiscal year?
I'll have to get back to you on the exact numbers, Natalie. Rick would have that. I'll try and text him.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, I just had one quick, and kind of dovetailing off of what Member Anthony had mentioned. I think it's been mentioned in the past. There is a lot of benefit, I think, beyond just the rail line that other agencies are indirectly getting as a result of some of the work that HART is doing. But along that same status issue, long lead items, is there any ongoing issue with that, or is that pretty much under control? Or
We should be pretty good. A lot of the long lead items that we were talking through, I think late last year, have been ordered. So we don't see any impacts currently.
okay, all right, Roger.
And that would include, I think the critical one was the transformers from there was a worldwide shortage and all of those things. Those are coming in as expected now or as predicted.
Yep, they've all been ordered, and we've worked with HECO in terms of how to use other transformers in lieu of the transformers that are coming in and then swapping them out later. So really no impacts in terms of transformers.
Okay. If there are no other questions or comments, let us move on to item number 10, summary of committee member requests made during the April 25th, 2025 Project Oversight Committee meeting.
So because we don't have Cindy in this
Yep.
situation, I think my suggestion was that this responsibility for following up on requests would move to the chair to make sure that we
Thank you,
communicate.
Lisa.
Sorry, but I mean, there's nobody doing it now. Cindy's not
So,
taking notes.
with that said, members, do you have any follow-up items that you would like me to follow up on?
Yes,
Seeing
Chair.
none. Yo, Natalie.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
The only one that I'm aware of is Lori's going to get back to us on the difference between the projected collections and the actual collections for second quarter fiscal year.
Second quarter fiscal year, actual versus projected.
Yes.
Lori, got that? Okay.
I also have that, Anthony,
line.
the red line, yeah.
Red line report, monthly report. Okay. All right. Anything else? Seeing none. Move on to item number 11. So if there's no other further business, this POC committee meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the joint committee meeting of the Project Oversight Committee and Finance Committee. It is Friday, April 25th at approximately 10:54 a.m. I'd like to begin by taking roll of the Project Oversight Committee members. Myself as chair is present. Member Anthony Alto,
Present.
Member Lisa Baker,
Present.
Member Chris Moylan.
Here.
Ed Sniffen is excused. Art Tolentino is excused. Member Robert Yu.
Here, Chair.
And if I could turn this over to the chair of the Finance Committee to take roll on his members.
Okay, thanks, Kika. I'm going to take the role of the Finance Committee. I'm Robert Yu, I'm the chair. I'm here. Lisa Baker,
Here.
Kika Pukowski,
Present.
Roger Morton,
Present.
and Arthur Tolentino is excused. Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to turn this committee over to Kika Bukowski for his running of the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Robert.
Chair?
Yes, I'd like to also note the presence of Natalie Iwasa as well as Chair Hanabusa. Natalie, you have,
I'm sorry for interrupting. I just want to correct you on the time. You said 10:54 and it's 9:54. Thank you.
okay, I'm sorry. I stand corrected. My glasses don't seem to be working as well as they should. Thank you. If we could note that correction on the time. Okay, item number 2, public testimony. Is there anyone in the public or online that would like to provide testimony on any of the agenda items listed in the joint committee meeting of the Finance and Project Oversight Committees? Right now, we have a financial update and 6-year CIP. Is there anyone in the audience or online? Seeing none, I guess we're gonna dispense of item number 3, similar to what we did in the Project Oversight Committee, and until further notice. So item number 3, we're gonna defer on that right now until further notice, related to the video meeting minutes. And let's see, item number 4, financial update and 6-year CIP. Corey and Vance. Thank you. When you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Director of Project Controls, Corey Ellis. I'm going to be presenting the financial update and 6-year capital plan. So what you're seeing on the screen, there's actually 3 reports that we're going to cover. The first, what you're seeing there, is the annual cash flows, pages 1 through 3. Last month, as you recall, Hart came back. We did not have a cash flow to present. We were in the beginning stages of undergoing a reconciliation of our project costs. So I will walk through what changes that you will see today as a result of that reconciliation. If you go to page 4, you will see the 6-year capital plan. So I will also briefly talk through this. Now, Hart is requesting approval of the 6-year capital plan, as this is going to be slightly different than the version you guys approved previously. And then if you go to the last page, the updated annual financial plan. This is where I want to park and kind of really discuss in detail what it is that what our reconciliation results came through and what differences you're seeing in your other reports. So just a quick overview. In December of 2024 is when Hart staff worked with FTA and we revised our estimate at completion. We updated our cost and schedule risk analysis, and we updated our financial plan reflective of the new EAC. FTA did accept that in January 2025. In February, we did present those documents to the board. The board did approve our revised estimate at completion at $9.569 billion, which is higher than the 9.148 we had in the recovery plan. And we also presented a financial plan, and that financial plan, in short, produced a ending cash balance of $370 million. In March, we were updating the 6-year capital plan. That was in preparation for council, and that's when we identified that we had a potential discrepancy in our project expenditures that was shown in the report. So that's what I want to actually walk through today, what it is we saw and how are we accounting for what was found to be project costs and non-project costs were being commingled in our EAC line item. So there are basically 3 categories of non-project costs, and how we came up with what you're seeing on the screen now is $153 million of non-FFGA project costs. First was date and time. So our data, the project cost starts incurring October 2009. This is based off of the FTA's granted us entry, or granted Hart entry into preliminary engineering in 2009. So we looked at the data, and any cost that was expended prior to October 2009, we are identifying those as non-project costs. Second would be FTA scope. So FTA has determined some scope ineligible, and there's also a geographical component where if it's scope that was outside or falls outside the amended FFGA scope, then those costs would also be quantified into this line item called non-FFGA scope items. And then the last and not quite as significant here, but other items would be like reimbursements from other agencies. For example, we've had some reimbursement from HDOT, we've had some reimbursement from UH on some of our scope, and those costs will also be some non-project costs as they're being reimbursed by other agencies. So when we looked at the data, ultimately what we found was three areas where these non-project costs resided. The largest one is TPAR. TPAR is Transit Property Acquisition and Relocation, or the real estate team. So we did find about $85 million in TPAR that had to go below the line. Actually, I'll take that back. $80 million of it went below the line. These are mostly acquisitions that were heading towards Ala Moana that were actually truncated when the FFGA got amended. There was also a fair share of relocations and acquisitions that occurred or costs that were expended prior to the October 2009 date. There was also about $5 million of costs that were non-TPAR costs that we just reallocated to the appropriate CPP. So they remained in budget, but we did reallocate those costs. The other two items, the next item, the biggest chunk of this money would be the GEC1. That's our General Engineering Consultant. You recall, or if you don't recall, basically this was the consulting firm. This was Parsons Brinckerhoff, who were early in the project. They conducted all of the environmental analysis, the planning, conceptual engineering, supporting the project and moving us through PE and beyond in our FDA grant. So those costs would not be considered as part of project costs. In the last item, it would be related to CCR1, City Utility Relocation. Several years ago, before it was broken out into 4 different utility relocations, we had one massive city center utility relocations project. When Lori came on board, we did terminate that contract. We had spent about $100 million to that point before it was terminated. 15 million of it, give or take, was identified as being outside of the current project scope. So we've now re-itemized those as non-project costs. So looking at the financial plan here, what would be different than what we presented in February is that actuals, if you see that about halfway down on the screen where it says uses, we've added a new line item. It's called non-FFGA scope project costs. And if just to the right under that column, it says 07 to 2023, we now have about $153 million of non-project costs that were prior included in that top line item, which is the EAC. The other difference that I would like to point out here is by re-itemizing those non-project costs to a different line item, that actually pulled directly from our ending cash balance. So instead of the $370 million that we reported in February, now it's 193.8, and you can see that on the first column there, right down on the bottom. So this is pretty much the crux of what we're going to present today. I think some takeaways is we did walk through this with the FTA. FTA and their PMOC was in town this week. Prior to completing our reconciliation, we did walk them through our process and what we were doing. They expressed confidence that we were going to get this right. They did not have any concerns over the number. We've presented this to them this week. They maintain confidence in our ability to deliver the project with the funds that we have. They've also maintained their posture that they don't have any objection or us spending this ending cash balance towards scope past Civic Center. So, for example, like getting to Ala Moana. So we thought that was a good takeaway. And I think that's it for here. So essentially what I reported here on the financial plan, you will see reflected also in the cash flows and in the 6-year capital plan. And actually, if you could maybe go back to the 6-year capital plan, so starting at page 4. Yeah. So differences here. Let me pull it up on my end, sorry. Because this is the document we are asking for approval. So the difference you're gonna see here is in that third column, FY07 to 23. The total FFGA project costs is reflective of the project costs that you see on the financial plan, not including the non-project costs. So that's a difference there, and you're also going to see differences in the future years. So starting from about FY26 to 26 to 31, then you'll see some adjustments there to account for the $150 million that are going to be respread or reallocated throughout the future. With that, I will turn it over if you have any questions.
Members, questions, comments?
Chair,
Yes, Natalie?
thank you. I have a few questions, so please bear with me. Thank you for your presentation. First of all, we know that the FTA is supposed to pay off their remaining balance soon, and so what happens then after that? Is there still federal oversight, or how does that work?
I believe there will be. We still have to, we can't preclude ourselves from seeking any future federal funding. And so, yeah, there will still be oversight that I don't think it'll be to the extent that we're having now under the FTA New Starts program.
Well, until we complete the project that's in the FFGA. But as Corey mentioned, there are opportunity for other federal funds, whether it's through HDOT or FHWA funds that, is federal money that we would need to meet federal requirements. There may not be such oversight as the PMOC, but, making sure we follow the federal guidelines. But yes, until we finish the FFGA, they'll be here till the end.
Okay, so even though they're planning on paying off the remaining FFGA grant in 2028, you'll still be meeting with the FTA until 2031. Is that what I'm
Natalie,
hearing?
as long as one federal dollar is spent on the project, they will have oversight until you finish what is in that, I'm calling it a contract, that FFGA. So doesn't matter when you receive the funds, it's as long as it's a contract with them, they will have oversight until the end, like Vance and Corey have said.
Okay, super. Thank you for that clarification. Are there any concerns about decrease in the TAT over the next month or so, given everything that's happening at the federal level? Canadians pulling out, that kind of thing?
There's always concern, Natalie. I mean, we have projections, and I texted you the numbers for last quarter, so there was a drop in, what did I text? There was a drop in about 6 million, was it? In the fourth quarter calendar year. And so yeah, about 6 million from the last quarter. We did come back up a little bit this quarter, but there's always concerns, and yes, we have to watch that very closely.
Okay, yeah, it's just getting to be kind of crazy out there. Even just trying to predict, what's going to happen is just really very difficult these days. With respect to MM962, the core systems, $9.4 million in year 2031. It's just kind of odd if you look at the projections over the years, and then it's 9.4 million in 2031. Does that mean that contract is maybe likely to be under budget, or is it just because there's like a retention that's going to be paid out?
This was more so kind of the anticipated ramp up for opening. So you can see there's kind of a peak in 25 and 26 as well. So the nature of their work, core system kind of goes down, has a low, and comes back up. So they are anticipated to ramp up in FY 2031 due to the revenue service.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Oversight.
Yeah, this is the oversight consultant for the systems. So
Right.
yeah.
Okay. With respect to MM 990, that's a closed job. And there's a negative 18,000, I think if I got my zeros correct, for fiscal year 2026, which is next fiscal year, and then a negative 236,000 in 2031. Can you tell us what that's about?
Yeah, that's likely a closed project that we are showing that we still have expenditures higher than what's committed, so we have to do our adjustments. So these are just adjustments to come down on the numbers, but we're working on contracts to close those out.
I don't understand. I guess to clarify my question, I don't understand why a closed job now would have any kind of adjustment going out in the future. If you're going to be adjusting anything, I would expect that it would be this fiscal year or prior. So that's what I'm asking about.
Natalie, let us get back to you on this one. I think what may have happened on this one, it was closed. There weren't charges for a while on this, and now there's charges. This is just a contract. I'm calling it a contract, but an agreement we have with another city department. So let's check on this, and maybe it shouldn't be closed anymore, but let's check, Corey.
Okay, thank you. With respect to MM 982, the on-call appraisers, also same kind of issue. There's a negative 275,000 in 2031. Is that the same kind of thing?
Yes. We'll look at all of those. These are all different closed projects that I think we're just trying to reconcile closed contract costs.
Okay. Okay, so when you're looking at it again, if it's just an adjustment, I would think that it would flow through the current year. With respect to the Heart 201 operating expenses, 21.7 million in the year 2031. Again, a lot of this I would expect we would be seeing decreased costs, and yet it's 21.7 million in 2031, which is almost double the year before. So can you explain to us why that is?
So I think the way we typically forecast these is we're trying to be as precise as we can for the next couple of fiscal years, and we're respreading and recalculating these to go out. I wouldn't say that we know that we're going to spend $21 million in FY 2031. It's just as we continue working on these annually, we'll adjust accordingly. But yeah, that's just how much budget we have, and we're trying to spread it to reflect as accurately as we can.
Okay, and that's kind of similar to what was explained to us before about the way the projections were changing over the months, quarters, and years. Okay, I got it. With respect to the cash from fiscal year 2024, I mentioned this last month, so I understand that there's this difference in the unrealized gains or losses. Occasionally, this is the first time I've seen it. So the 4 million is different. It's the amount in the cash presentation we're looking at is different from the audit for June of 2024 by about $4 million. So I just ask going forward that you footnote that. I may be the only one who notices those types of things, but I think it would be good to have that even for historic purposes. And then on the updated plan that you're giving to us, just wanted to confirm the non-FFGA line item is a mixture of the projects. It's not one issue or another. It's kind of a mix that you're putting all in this one line item.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to ask those questions.
Yep. Thanks, Natalie. Any other questions, comments? Yes, Chair.
So on your updated annual financial plan, so you're saying that the 180 non-FFGA scope project costs was it improperly included in a funding source versus an expense?
No, it was included as part of the EAC. So in that top line item, the line item right above it, it was included in those actuals.
The FFGA cost
Yes.
estimates of EAC?
Yes.
So you pulled it out of the EAC?
Correct.
But if you're pulling it out of something, right?
Mhm.
What you also have done is I thought the last time we had ending cash balance was almost 300 million.
That's spread over
right?
300.
So that would be the two,
That's right.
right? So you are deducting it from something
Yes.
in order for us to get to 193 versus the 300 some odd million that we
That's
thought we
right.
had before. So what is it that project costs now represents? Because before, because we had a 300 something million dollar surplus, if you want to call it that, at the end, it also means that now it's become from, would have been a positive, it's now become a negative. So how does it become a negative?
Right. What it looks like, and it looks like it's been carried like this for some time, is because we were carrying those non-project costs and included with project costs, it was impacting our spread over the future. So it was reducing as much as we can spread. So pulling that out now allows my team, because project control is one of our goals or one of our requirements, is to report our estimate at completion based on what is project eligible. So allow me to respread the cost accurately throughout the future years. So that 150 million or so actually just got redistributed and respread appropriately to the contracts. And so that's what ate right into the ending cash balance.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, the bottom line is at the end, we should be at the same place.
Yes,
Right?
that's right.
But so I'm trying to figure out, when the last report, we were at 300 something $million, which I believe FDA gave the high sign and told Lori, we can now do whatever we want with that money, plan for the future, whatever else. So where is the delta, is what I'm trying to figure out. If this is a cost we had all along, right? So how do we go from the cost we had all along to 192, 93, where it used to be 300 something? That's what I don't understand.
So when Corey does the respread across fiscal year 25 to 31, that increased the spend every fiscal year. And it did affect our borrowing. So our borrowing did increase from 350 million to 375 million. And then all the trickle-on effects is to the payback and the interest on that. So that's where a lot of that, from the 370 went and decreased that to the 190.
So where are you borrowing from? Because as you know, Rick isn't here, but Rick and I have always gone, and you all are smiling because we've always gone back and forth on whether we use bond or we do use TCP, because it's a real difference in terms of how we fund the cost. So what you're saying is that by spreading it out, it's increased your bonding costs?
So it increased the TCP. If you look at, I guess, a quarter of the way down on the page,
Right.
if I recall correctly, fiscal year 27, that was only at 125 in borrowing. That increased by 25 million. And fiscal year 28, that increased by 25 million. Well, we can double check and go back and see what the numbers previously were.
So you're saying that by increasing or by spreading out your spending, you've increased it to the point that we've lost somewhere between 300 something million to 193. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, essentially there's 150 million more costs we're going to spend in the future, which is taken directly from our ending cash
Because we're going to
balance.
borrow to cover that cost.
We will be borrowing in some of the future years to cover some of that cost.
Okay, I think there's some confusion here. So, yeah, Rick's texting me. It has nothing to do with the borrowings. Okay,
It has nothing to do with the borrowing.
okay.
Okay, now you guys have
Okay, yeah.
really confused me.
Yes. So what I reported in the last board meeting, project controls only tracks FFGA costs. So that's from 2009 to the end of the project. And that's where the discrepancy was between what project controls is tracking versus our finance group. You can't just track the FFGA because HART was in existence prior to that. We're having income coming in, we have expenses going out. So finance correctly tracks all the way from 2007. Every penny coming in, every penny going out.
Lauren, let me stop you there because Corey and I have done this before. They didn't track. They didn't track what was coming in 2007. The position of finance with HART has always been, okay, we start when HART starts. That's why they carried over zero. Remember this discussion, Corey? That's why they carried over zero and didn't carry over, I think it was 300 something million at that point too.
Cash balance.
So that's why I've always watched this bottom line, because it's been something that historically Hart has never paid attention to. But sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted it to be clear that that's not true about Hart acknowledging the fact that the quote, the entity, I guess it was DTS's, whatever it was, that had the money coming in from 2007 when GET came in. And that money was never reported as Hart's money. It was reported as, who knows, whatever that entity, Toru's entity was called.
Came in as transit fund money, though.
Yeah, but it was not reported as Hart money.
Right.
So what is Rick saying? So it's not a borrowing issue, so what is this issue?
What I was trying to explain, all these costs, these project costs that were charged towards Hart were not accounted for from project control's perspective. They go from when the FFGA was signed, which was October of 2009. You still need to account for all of those expenses prior to that. So a lot of the expenses, I don't remember the numbers, Corey, off the top of my head.
FFGA wasn't signed till December 2012.
That's correct. But we entered PE. in
Right, no, you did,
2009.
but FFGA wasn't signed till
Right, right.
December 19, 2012. So it wasn't FFGA, it was some other, it's the same problem we had whenever, which is that you don't, Hart doesn't acknowledge that money, because Hart didn't exist, Hart couldn't acknowledge
Yeah,
that
we
money.
went back to the original financial plan for the FFGA, and it was very specific that costs for the project started October 16, 2009, when FTA granted PE. So,
Did I say 19? Sorry,
Yeah,
2009.
2009.
2009. If I could finish. Okay,
Please.
so the cost, all the costs prior to 2009 is what we categorized, it's non-FFGA. So you have the PB, you have land acquisition that was happening before then. Also in that non-FFGA cost, as Corey explained, is things that are past Civic Center. So any property that was spent, any monies that was spent to acquire property past Civic Center is now all in this non-FFGA cost. And so all we did was separate out these non-FFGA costs because our EAC still needs to remain the same in our obligation to FTA, the FFGA. That's all we've done. So it's unfortunate we didn't catch it sooner because finance is tracking one way, project controls is tracking another. Now today, to prevent this from happening going forward, there is one document, one spreadsheet that both project controls and finances works from. And it's all tied, and so let me share that project controls has numerous spreadsheets that all tie up into one. Finance has the same thing, numerous spreadsheets tie into one, and they're trying to cross-talk. And I asked them, stop. You use one workbook, and you have multiple sheets in that one workbook. So Corey, project controls, they are the ones that provide this line right here for the FFGA uses. They're the ones who provide that information. Finance provides all the others, and they are working from one workbook. So the 6-year, the cash flow, the financial plan is all tied to one workbook now with multiple spreadsheets. So we're hoping we've uncovered this mistake and fixed it from preventing from happening again in the future.
I guess my problem has always been that when we talk about non-FFGA scope costs, and if that's the bulk of the cost that came in 2000, pre-Hart, in other words, the official FFGA. If you're looking at that, you also had income coming in, a substantial amount of income coming in, which I assume is reflected in the actual of $3.4 billion in terms of GET. TAT did not exist back then, but GET did exist back then. And there were also federal funds that were coming in for planning and whatever else that were not FFGA related funds. So those are all there. So if I'm hearing you correctly, even if 153 million was spent prior to probably FFGA time, you had that offset by the federal funds that we received during that period of time. Isn't that correct,
Yes,
Corey?
And it still all ties to cash, and that's what's
Right.
important. The cash still ties back.
So I guess when you're talking about 180 and probably 153 million was already paid for back then, because as you remember, this was my issue back in whenever, 2015, whenever we were talking about this, because it didn't make sense that we had a zero carryover balance when in fact we had all this income coming in. Yes, we had expenses, but we had all this income coming in. So it seems like the 153 is probably during that time frame because it's non-FFGA. So if that's the case, then we're talking about $30 million from 180, a little less than 30 million. But you're saying that that's going to be sufficient in terms of causing us to lose income so that we're down to 193 versus the 300 some odd million that we were told a couple of months ago.
Yeah, and it's not losing income. We're projecting to spend more in the future, and that's what's taken from our cash balance.
But that's because, but see, we're talking about non-FFGA costs. So you're saying we're gonna spend more money into the future that's non-FFGA
That's
costs?
part of the FFGA. We're projecting we're gonna spend more. That's part of the FFGA.
As part of the FFGA cost? But I thought you said that the difference that we're attributing here, the 180 versus the 300 something million that we thought we would have, was a function of the non-FFGA costs that we had.
Right. So the non-FFGA costs moved to a separate line item. That 150 million still is have to be maintained in the EAC because we think we're going to spend it in the future. So basically, in our future years, look like we're going to spend more money, which is deducted from our ending cash balance.
So how much of this is actual speculation versus, because to me, a non-FFGA cost that we incurred prior to the FFGA, right, is incurred and expended.
Right.
So, but it's not something that we keep carrying over into the future.
The 150 is all expended. You
That's
know,
right. That's what I
CC3 and
assumed.
then TPAR is a large, as
Right.
Corey mentioned, 80 million.
And we had the money to expend that, the non-FFGA money. So I mean, the well, it is non-FFGA money because but it is GET money. So we expended that money. So as I'm looking at this, I'm trying to figure out, okay, how much of this is a projected expenditure, which really we don't need to project because we've already spent it and we've already covered the cost, and how much of this is something that, you're potentially speculating on. So it seems to me the only thing that arguably from the 180 to the 152, 153, that delta, which we have to acknowledge, is not enough to reduce our ending cash balance to 193. That's my problem. I can't go from last couple of months ago, a report of 300 something million ending cash balance, which I thought was probably correct. Now to, we lost about 100 and some odd $1 million because of some non-FFGA expense. That's my problem. That's what I cannot wrap my head around, and I think something is wrong with these numbers.
Let me put it like this. So if we were to maintain that 370 million, when we pulled that 150 million out from our EAC line to the non-FFGA, we would have reduced that line by $150 million. That would have maintained our $370 million. But in reality, we think we're going to spend that $150 million in the future. So we have to maintain that, which increased our costs. So our ending cash balance reflected that increase.
I can see you expending it in the future, but
That's
not
right.
as a non-FFGA.
It's not necessarily non-FFGA.
Right, but we're looking at this chart that's explaining the 193 as a non-FFGA amount.
Okay, Chair, if I could. There was a discrepancy in the numbers between finance and project controls, and unfortunately, it wasn't brought up to light sooner. So if we didn't pull this non-FFGA out, Corey's numbers, he wouldn't have had enough money to spread. And that's what triggered this whole thing, is when I looked at the final number, when we were doing the 6th year to present to council, his last numbers here, I said, that doesn't match what the board approved when we were moving the CPPs. It was much less. I said, what happened to TPAR? And he says, we've overspent. I said, how could we overspend when this is what has been budgeted? And that's how we found this extra, that finance was carrying, and, or vice versa. One group was carrying the 200 and one wasn't.
Yeah.
And so, yes,
Just, Mayor, so I think I understand that you, on the expenditure side, the project control ledger, I'll call it that, was accounted for one way. On the finance side, the expenditures included the non-FGA, whereas the controls did not. But in order for this to go down, the revenue side must have been the same for both ledgers. Is that correct?
Right, it still all ties to cash.
Okay, so because the revenues are sort of outside of the project control thing, it's another input. So that's what, to me, that's what accounts for the delta, is that the revenue numbers carried by both books were, I'll say, essentially the same number, whereas the expenditures were not, which is what creates the delta in the ending cash balance. I think that's the way it was. I'm kind of looking for a nod to say, yeah, that's right.
No, but what you're also saying is you're saying that you intend to expend this in the future. So what I don't want to see is something that's reflected as a non-FFGA project scope cost, and then you're gonna you're using that as a placeholder, and you're gonna expend this amount in the future. That's what you said, you're gonna expend it in the
yeah, I think I was confused with what he said too. We're not spending any more on the non-FFGA, so it's a 180. So if you notice, in the old 7 to 23, 153 has already been expended. Another 27.8 will be expended in 2025. That's for a settlement. It's still non-FFGA scope. We have gotten approved, FTA has no issues with spending that remaining 194 for non-FFGA. So you will see expenditures going forward. Let's say it's towards Ala Moana or it's for something else. There will be, in the future years, but for now we're standing tight, just right now, because we wanted to redo all the finances. But for that line item, you will be seeing future spend based on that 193 though.
I guess my problem is, we're the board with, as the chairs pointed out, with the oversight responsibility. And quite honestly, you can't give us this kind of information that reduces what we thought we had as the ending cash balance with by $100 and some odd million all of a sudden, because of, it seems like your accounting isn't working, or you're trying to change it so that you work off of like normal people, like one checkbook, as opposed to two checkbooks or two different ledgers, which is what you've been doing all along. So what I would like to request of the respective chairs is that you report back to us with a final ledger or a ledger that shows us exactly what happened. And if this is non-FFGA monies that has been expended in the past, then please don't tell me whether you meant it or not, that this is earmarking basically money that you intend to expend in the future. If you need more expenses into the future, identify it as that. But don't say that we're putting in this non-FFGA because that's what we intend to do into the future. All I'm trying to do is understand what you've done. Because as you know, the bottom line is how much money we have is a projected item past this year anyway. So depending on whether GET goes up or doesn't go up or whatever, that's the difference. And my last question is, Laura, you said that the statement by the PMOC was they had problems, or someone's statement was the PMOC was saying, we're concerned, was it you, Vance, who said the PMOC said we're concerned about second quarter or something, monies coming in, remember, something like that? Is it related to this?
No.
So what is that concern? I mean, we might as well hear it all now.
Concerned that to Natalie's question, the GET-TAT came lower than what was projected in the recovery plan. It was $6 million less. That's what that issue is in the report.
Okay. So they're concerned about 6 million, not that $6 million is something to sneeze at, but $6 million is for the GET, the fluctuations in the GET is not unusual. I mean, it's,
Shared that.
yeah. So that, and then the TAT as well, you know, so especially now from where we did the recovery plan, we did not include, if my recollection is correct, we did not include the city GET too in the recovery plan. Am I correct on that? If I recall correctly, we did not include projections on that.
City TAT.
The city TAT. We did not include that, and that's additional sources of funds that are coming through.
I think it is. I think it is in there.
But I think it's low estimate.
We used the same percentage, the growth rate as the GETT.
But it changed, remember, the beginning part was only what, 1.5, and then we go up to
That's
2.
all accounted
Yeah.
for in the recovery plan. And a growth rate of 5.8 and 9.1,
But
respectively.
I don't necessarily, with all due respect to my friend Rick Keene, I don't agree with Rick Keene's projections, as you all know.
Projection was not from Rick, that was from the, working with BNF and Council of Revenues.
Yeah,
as
I
well.
do know that, but no one, but the other day, Rick Keene testified, you don't believe council on revenues. It depends, it's very convenient as to which one of those figures you believe. So I'm just saying that I don't necessarily agree with any of their future projections because they have not been accurate. But in any event, please give us an accurate, whether it's this financial plan, and basically give us a ledger that's on one checkbook, so we can understand where the money comes from. But this is,
I'm Chair, not quite sure what you're asking for, Chair.
you're saying that you're gonna take the what you do in terms of what Corey guys do and what your financial people do, you're gonna put it all together now so that you're on the
That's
same.
the 6-year and the cash flow, they're all in one ledger now.
Well, I wanna know what it looked like before, in terms of that, where you went
Different
wrong.
spreadsheets. Maybe we can talk to you offline, so we provide what you're asking for, because we
Okay,
don't know
why
what.
don't you
quite
do that?
we-
But I
okay.
want the people to understand how you went wrong. Because clearly, this is nothing to sneeze at. This is a lot of money that the Hart's gonna have to find where they're gonna get this additional funding for to get all the way to Civic Center. Okay, thank you, and we can talk offline on it.
Jim.
Chris, and then Robert.
Yes, as I understand this, this doesn't threaten our funding to get to Civic Center. This just says the amount left over for something in the future, like going to Ala Moana, is less than we had previously thought, but still a positive number because we've discovered this accounting rule change where some things we had spent, we're not allowed to put in one category, we have to break them out to another category. So we still have a positive amount of money left at the end. It's just not as big as we thought it is. And that's why FTA doesn't have a problem with it, because there's still a positive amount of money, right? And this doesn't actually threaten the project that's currently underway, right? And I also understood you to say that once this had been discovered, you are now working off of one system, so that can't ever happen again, right? Yes. Okay, I find that reassuring. Thank you.
Robert?
Oh, okay. I hope this will lessen the confusion a little bit. So we met, right, and went over this. So one of the things that we have to look at is, we'll just go on this plan since it's up on the board. At the end of fiscal year 2024, there's $703 million in cash. And that is undisputable, whether it's project control or finance, because that's what it has in the city's cash system, right? So a few months ago, when you guys came to us and presented the financial plan, the 703 million was the same number, right? at the end of fiscal year 2031, it did show about $388 million as remaining cash balance. When we met, what I understood is from fiscal year 2025 to fiscal year 2031, certain projections change. That caused the projected cash balance at fiscal year 2031 to be lower from 388 million to 194 million. It has nothing to do with any non-FFGA cost, because that cost is already accounted for up to fiscal year 2024. So I think maybe when you're presenting this, it has nothing to do with the non-FFGA. The non-FFGA from fiscal year 24 going back is only for presentation purposes. It doesn't affect anything. Going forward from fiscal year 25 to 31, that's when you make changes to your projection, which is part of the FFGA project.
Correct.
And it's really as simple as that. So from chair standpoint, maybe it would be more clear if you all present, maybe at the next meeting, what area did you make the changes? What CPP category that you change? Whether you make the change in CCUR 3 or 4 or any consulting contracts, which is the MMs, right? So if you present that previous spreadsheet and compare it to this, then we could see specifically what category of expenditures that was changed to lower the projection in 2031 from 388 to 194.
And we can show it by month, by year. Yeah, so exactly what you're saying, Robert. The EAC 5153, that, and the ending EAC of 9.5 hasn't changed.
Yeah.
It's that future spend that's changed. The previous version was understated in terms of how much we would spend in those future years. So by pulling out that 153 or 180 million of the non-FFGA, it increased that future spend in those years. So we can show that delta.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
It was understated. Corey was stuck with an X amount of dollars to spread, and it was less than what we know we're gonna spend. So that's what triggered the red flag. Like, Corey's trying to spread only $150 million for TPAR when we know we're gonna spend 200.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it would be a lot easier,
Yeah,
a
that's a good
picture is
idea.
worth 1,000 words, right? So, next meeting, you just present a
Exactly.
spreadsheet, just say, before April 25th, just column that shows the changes to the CPPs that would change from 2025 to 2031. Because 2024 backwards, it has to be correct.
sorry.
It doesn't matter whether it's FFGA or non-FFGA. So that's moot, right?
Yeah, thanks for the
Yeah.
recommendation.
So, and I think that would answer Chair's question. I hope. Chair. Well, we'll live to talk about it at the next meeting.
Yes. Anthony, go ahead.
So there are 3 points that I'd like to make, at least that my takeaways from this. First off, this is a legacy problem. In fact, since I've been on the board, every major issue that has come before us that's been a problem has predated the current administration, the current team. It's like you have to keep coming in and dealing with the problems from the past. Those are legacy problems. Secondly, none of the spending was illegitimate. The question is, who pays for it? And the FTA is basically saying, you've been charging the program that we've approved funds that we can't pay for. You've got to take them out of another pocket. And But those expenditures were all valid. They were all for a valid reason. They weren't fraudulent or anything. They were correct expenditures. It's an accounting issue. And the most significant piece of this is the 80 million for the TPAR, which is property acquisition for the public's point of view. It's property acquisition to get from Civic Center to Ala Moana. That's money we were always going to spend anyway. So the issue here is how we show it in our books. It's purely an accounting problem. And we will be spending that money. We would have been spending that money, that 80 million on property acquisition to Ala Moana anyway, because, and this is still not being reported in the media, and I don't understand why, the FTA has authorized us to expend the funds that we have in excess of the FFGA agreement to start planning to get to Ala Moana. It's a huge victory. It's a great thing, and we should be celebrating it. Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to make those 3 points.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Natalie?
Yes, please. Thank you. I just wanted to make a correction. I think it's really important to understand that when the city transferred the project to Hart, it wasn't at zero. It was at $447 million in net assets and about 6.2 million in liabilities. The total assets that were transferred were about 453 million, and that included cash of 298 million. So if you go back into the older cash flow worksheets, you'll see a beginning cash balance of 298 million. As I understand it, what's been done, and this may have been prior to this recent rework, is that 298 million was broken out into what was actually GET and the other expenditures along the way, so that what we have in the end, or what we should have, is the true cost of each line item, the true revenue that was brought in. So I just wanted to correct that, because it's important to understand that when Hart does the same thing and transfers the assets to the city, it's the same process. It doesn't go over as zero. Hart transfers the cash, the equipment, and I don't know if any liabilities are assumed by the city, but it's the same type of process. So thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thanks, Natalie. Any other questions, comments?
Chair, if I may,
Yep.
going back to some of Anthony's comments, those properties that are between Civic Center and Ala Moana, there's a number of properties that we did acquire and we use for laydown or staging that the contractors have. And that's technically outside of the scope, right? Civic Center Station, just east of that is the end of the line for the FFGA. So, Waimanu Street, we have a yard there, a very large yard there. Kona Street, we have another yard there. So those properties that were acquired technically are non-FFGA scope items. So that makes up a bulk of the TPAR costs there. And again, being able to spend the funds on beyond Civic Center to Ala Moana, we have that opportunity now with the contractor that we have on board. We have the option to do design, and having them here, as we talked earlier, in our office, we have that ability to have them to start look at designs and at least have designs in hand that we can even further progress into cost of what that extension will cost us in terms of construction.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Yes, Chair.
So, you remember the infamous Waimana Street with the HECO? And that, whether it was, they were gonna pay us 1 million, I think they ended up paying us 2 or 4 million, and then they ended up putting in all the infrastructure for us because we said otherwise we wouldn't agree. So what is that considered? Where does that income fall into, and where does that project fall into? It's non-FFGA.
Correct.
Because
FFGA.
though we entered into, I believe, when we still may have been considered FFGA, it was before the amended FFGA, but it's considered non-FFGA. So the monies that we should have received from HECO for that payment should be somewhere. So it's in our, somewhere?
TPAR has their own accounting of reimbursements coming in and canceled checks. We send a check and they don't cash it. So they have all of their accounting, and that's the number that Corey is using to plug into TPAR. So if HECO gave us, let's say the $3 million, it's offset in TPAR's total numbers of what is FFGA and non-FFGA.
So you agree with that, Corey? And I know what Natalie was saying, but I can represent to you, Natalie, that when I was on the board and Corey was sitting there with a different hand, the budget on the the quote, the HART budget was zero coming in. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Okay, I have just one quick one. So on the last slide, updated annual financial plan, the one pager, I'm looking at FY 2031 under TECP retirement. I just want to clarify, and if you can just, so that $75 million figure, if you could just maybe expand on what that is and
Chair, if you go above to the TECP proceeds, the 225 and the 150, so 150 for fiscal year 27 and 225 for 28, that's 375. And so in the past, the program for TECP, it was a short term, you had to pay within a year. I think there's a new program now that you have a little bit more time, maybe 2-3 years. So that when you go back down to TECP retirement, the 300 in 2030 and 75 in 2031, we're repaying that 375. Is that your question?
so I guess I understand that could be, that could drop to the bottom line if at the end of the day, is that a cushion or no? That's the actual forecasted
No, that's
retirement?
So in fiscal year 27, we'll need to borrow 150 because if you look at the cash flows, we're going to be tight on cash. So we need to borrow money. And as Chair Hanabusa has said numerous times, it's cheaper to borrow TECP versus bonds. So we're going to be short funds in fiscal, based on our projected
Right.
spend and our projected income coming in. So we'll float TECP in FY27 of 150 million, and then in 28 another 225, and then we're gonna put that back. I think what you're referring to is maybe the line above.
I'm looking at the TECP retirement.
Yeah. So that's exactly what that is. Then we'll have to repay our TECP.
So those are actual,
These are actuals.
okay.
Well, and but the timing is projected.
And there's no buffer,
There's no buffer.
okay. Okay,
Chair, I have
Yes.
a question.
yeah.
So Lori, I was gonna ask this, but Richard's not here. Are we gonna get financial statements again, or?
Yes. Once
Okay,
we
because
have-
I thought we were gonna, oh, you wanted
Oh, you're
us?
talking about cash flows?
Yeah,
Yes, yeah, oh, yes. So we have the annual here. We just didn't do the monthly because, but the monthly, to my point earlier, is all tied to the same spreadsheet. the same
well, you know, the
but-
thing is, I was gonna mention, one of the main reasons the monthly is important is to go to Kika's question regarding, well, you have all this cash at the end of the year, why do you need to borrow? The borrowing is not based on the cash at the end of the year, right? The borrowing is based on what is available at the end of any given month. What's at the end of the year is irrelevant. So if you're going to be short on cash at a certain month, then you have to borrow. It's really a timing thing, right? You know, the GETTAT comes in quarterly. So maybe between the collection period, you may have a month that you think may go into a negative, then you have to borrow. And I think that goes back to what Chair Hanabusa always recommend, is to use TECP, right? So when you're short, you just use commercial paper. It's an easy and quick way to replenish your money. But yeah, if you just look at the ending cash balance, you would say, well, hell, why do you need to borrow? You have $200 million at the end of the year, but it's really any given month. Okay, so thanks. That,
Okay. If there's no other further discussion, you know, if Robert, if you're in agreement, what I would like to do in my read of our financial policy is that the Joint Committee of Finance and POC would approve the 6-year plan as well as the updated annual financial plan and forward it to the full board for further action. Is that accurate, Dan? Are we approving this and forwarding it to the full board for further action, or are we approving it in this joint committee?
No, Dan said we have to do it again. Yeah, but we don't have to go to the full board because the budget.
Does this have to go to the full board?
Yeah, go straight.
It goes to the full board or no? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would recommend that we approve the updated 6-year as well as the annual financial plan, the updates to the annual financial plan, and also request, and I wasn't able to take all the notes, but some of the requests from Natalie regarding some of the CPPs, as well as Chair's request for the comparison by category and the adjustment for those that are, I guess, impacted.
Right.
If you could provide, and I would request that maybe be provided, Chair, if you're okay, if that be provided in the full board versus having to reconvene this joint, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine with
Okay.
me. Yes.
Yeah, if you can provide that information, the follow-up, so that we don't have to reconvene this joint committee, if that would be okay. So with that said, do I have a motion and a second?
Oh, could I ask Dan just to clarify certain
Yeah.
thing? Because this is a joint committee, do we have to take votes? Does the
Separately.
we have to separately? Okay, so you're just asking the POC.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Sorry, to clarify, for the members of the POC committee, can I get a motion to approve the updated financial plan as well as the updated 6-year plan?
Chair, I so move.
We have a motion, second. Any objections from the POC committee? Seeing none, the updated plans have been approved. Chair, Robert.
Okay, thanks, Kika. So for the Finance Committee members, which is Lisa Baker, Kika Bukowski, Roger Morton, could I have a motion to accept the revised financial update and the 6-year CIP plan? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Motion moved and second. And any objections, members? No objections. Motion pass.
Okay. Seeing no other, so we kind of went through the summary of follow-ups, item number 5. And if there are no other further business, and if Chair of Finance concurs, we can call this meeting adjourned.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I do need like 5 minutes. All right, this is the Human Resources Committee meeting, and we are adjourning starting at 11:07. Is there any public testimony
Do you
on
want to
any
take
of?
roll?
Oh, I'm sorry, roll. Thank you. Anthony Alto,
Yep.
Roger Morton,
Here.
and we also have in attendance Natalie Awasa online and Chair Colleen Hanabusa. And yourself. And myself, yes. I happen to be here. Not all the time, but sometimes. Okay, any public testimony on any of the agenda items in the audience or online? Seeing none, I'm looking for approval of the video minutes, which we decided we no longer need to do, so we'll strike that.
I want to note we do have the written testimony that we've received. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, that you received from Public First.
okay, so you're gonna have to coach me on how to handle that.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to note for the record that we don't have people here testifying, but we have received written testimony, and it's been posted online.
Okay.
Don't know
So
if
we
it's
have
online. We
received-
have it here, yeah, but we have received the testimony and we'll try to share it with at least Natalie
I
on
don't see it.
screen or something.
It's not in here. It was,
It's online.
so we did receive public testimony. I was just able to access the Heart Board email account this morning before our meetings began, and there was one email in there that was testimony that I forwarded to Dan. And he has since educated me that that needed to be posted, and now I need to mention it, that we do have public testimony on one of the items on here, which is item number 5.
Yeah, and I'll try to email it to everybody now, and I think Chad can also put it up on screen.
So you do not have it? It was just, I just realized we had an email this morning. So it is posted here, and I would like to suggest that we defer this item till next meeting, so that Dan can take a look at it and advise us whether this is an executive session is appropriate or not. So this was the exit interview that myself and Dan performed with Cindy when she left the executive officer position.
It's up there, so,
Can we see the rest of it?
yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the easiest way to do it. Can Natalie see that?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay. So Public First Law Center is a advocacy. Okay, so basically, yeah, so it's an attorney for civil beat, is that,
Correct, yeah.
yeah, and they're basically,
Well, I'm sorry, no, it's not an attorney for civil beat. It's a law center, it's a nonprofit law center that focuses on government transparency issues.
okay,
So they're
and they're
not.
pointing out what they believe are discrepancies. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
and so my understanding is that Chair is going to defer this measure anyway.
Okay.
And we'll discuss and can possibly bring it up at a next.
So before moving on, there are 2 items on the agenda that I am suggesting that we defer. So item number 4 and item number 5. Number 4 is the metrics, performance metrics. And we've gotten more input on that. And I believe that at this particular moment that we can have something that will provide to this committee by the next meeting.
Okay.
And then, so rather than go through it now, which would probably not be productive, and then the executive officer exit interview, I'm also suggesting we defer after Core Dan has had a chance to advise us. Number 6 then is the executive officer position description and process. And hopefully, Natalie, you've received that. So is there anyone that wishes to testify on the executive officer position description?
Lisa,
Yes.
just to clarify, it wasn't posted, so where can I find that?
It was to be emailed to you. Chad, did you get that? Oh, I'm sorry. We'll have to email it to you. Shoot. I didn't
Okay.
have. I didn't
No,
have.
I get it. It sounds like you've been really, really busy trying to take up a lot of extra stuff. So I understand if it could just be emailed to me in the next minute or so, that would be fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, Lisa, do you have the most recent version, or is there a? Because I don't know that I have a
It
Chad.
should just say draft on it, and then I can't.
I'll get it from Chad and then I'll send it to Natalie.
Okay, thank you. No, Chad's got it. I sent it to him. Okay, so while that's being sent to Natalie, I'll just go through the process. So we have not yet posted the position. in looking through the position description, it seemed that what may be potentially candidates for us for this position would not have qualified as the position description was written. So what I'm suggesting today is that we make a minor modification to the position description, and that we approve that in committee, and that we move that then to the full board so that we may post this position immediately after our board meetings today. So that's one item. The way this will happen, no matter, even with or without this position description modification, is that once we post this position, then candidates will be sent in, and I'll receive those. Is that correct, Dan?
Yes.
Okay, and other than obvious people that would not qualify, I believe that unless we wanted to create some kind of a pig, everybody will get a copy of this.
Everybody on the committee or everybody on the board?
I think everyone on the committee.
Okay.
And we would all get a copy of the application, the applicant, and then we can narrow, hopefully, if we have that many applicants, we'll narrow it down to like the top 3. But it will not be any individual person's decision whether or not we interview the person or not. It'll be part of the committee. And then when we get to the board, which means also that if there's anything of any concern, we have full control over who will be brought in for the interview. Very similar to what I experienced when you did the 9th voting member interviews. Then we go to the full board. After we have interviewed or talked to the individuals, excuse me, let me back up for a minute. So once we have the candidates, assuming we have 1 or 2 or 3, we can go to interviewing them as a committee, or we can interview them as the full board. And that would be a decision I think we could make once we have the candidates available. And then at that point, it would be a full board vote for this position to be offered to somebody. So the reason I'm going over that is that in all situations and in all instances, the board will have control of who is brought in, who is interviewed, who is, the applicants are down selected, who is interviewed, and then who's offered the position. Any questions?
Well, you had said that you wanted to revise the
Right, that's the
PD,
next item.
because you thought no one would qualify.
It's in the red, next page over.
Okay.
So it's a minor change, and after consulting with, I don't know the city hiring process, but after consulting with some people that do know the city hiring process, the required qualifications on a position description are required to be met.
Thank you.
And
Right.
so in order to do that, someone could have a degree in, a major in, government policy, and they would not be qualified
Or a
based on
JD.
our original. Pardon?
Or a JD.
Or JD, right. So the request then, under required qualifications, what it said before was graduation from an accredited college or university with a major in business or public administration, economics, or a related field. And the easy change in this is with a preference for. So those are preferable areas of study or, degrees, but they're not a
Yeah.
requirement.
So the requirement is graduation from a college
Correct.
with a preference for these majors.
Right, and if for some reason somebody comes in with a college background that really does not apply, and we would not want that in the executive officer position, we have full ability to decide to not offer that position or not interview that position or a person or not down select to that person. So it's It's just a way to open it up and allow us to see as many applicants as possible. This may be a difficult position to hire for, because it is very, there's a lot of requirements for involvement in the city and in the processes that we've used, and also someone that has a background with this project would be ideal. So if we approve that in the committee, then it will be presented to the board, full board.
So, Chair, in the absence of any further comment, I'd like to propose that we adopt your proposed position description.
All right, thank you.
A second?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions.
Oh, well, I was jumping the gun, sorry.
Is this position considered, I know it's being, they're being hired by the board. Is it considered an at-will position? Is it an exempt position? What is the status of the position itself?
It's a PSC.
It's a PSC, so it's at will as a PSC. Okay.
Is that your only question?
Because the reason I asked the question was because there's such a need for knowing the various systems of the city. If a tenured city employee applied for the position, would they need to give up their tenured status and become a PSC?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just eliminated half of the people who might apply.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I just bring that up as a point that, it seems to be in conflict with what we're trying to do, really.
That's a good catch.
Maybe we can work with DHR to see if that person could have a return right.
Yeah, that was, I mean, when the charter was initially done, it did provide for employees with tenure to come over and retain their tenure.
We can check on that definitely.
Okay.
I think I really think all it would be is that director, just writing signing a memo. It might be as simple as that.
Okay, because I'm worried about reducing the pool as well. Yeah.
It's a good catch.
Thank you.
Oh. So if a civil servant wants to apply for this position and they get it, it's a PSC position.
About how to do the right of return, I don't know, but I can try to find out. But I know this is sort of part of a larger discussion about whether there's a way to do employees other than via PSCs, which we can have offline.
I wanna go there.
I understand. Yeah.
You know what? I'll check.
It's
Yeah.
a-
Yeah.
I really think it's a simple
Yeah,
memo from
I
the
didn't want to make it
Thank you, Roger.
a general thing. I just, for this specific
We
position,
want to hire this person.
Yeah, in the next year.
Lisa, I will check. I'll take that as a follow-up.
Thank you. I already wrote it down.
Okay. With that, I'll second the position description change.
All right, and all in favor? I think we're all unanimous. Was there any other discussion? I should have asked that. No other discussion? All right, that concludes that. Summary of the discussion of the request, that was just Lori's going to follow up with DHR about the right of return on a PSC. And that's it. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you and welcome to the Board of Directors meeting of HART, Friday, April 25th. It is approximately 11:25 a.m. First, I'll begin by calling this board meeting to order. Kika Bokalski is excused. Anthony Alto.
Present.
Don Takiuchi-Apuna is excused. Lisa Baker.
Present.
Natalie Iwasa.
Here?
Jared Kawashima is excused. Roger Morton.
Present.
Christopher Moylan.
Here.
Joe O'Donnell is excused. Ed Sniffen is excused. Art Tolentino is excused. Robert Yu is here. And I am here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So members, just so that we are clear, we have a voting quorum now. So as soon as anyone leaves, we will lose our quorum. Just, no pressure, just telling you. Okay, with that, first of all, I'm going to call for any public testimony on all agenda items. I do have someone who has signed up who is here. That's Chloe Kang. Yes, please come forward. Chloe is here to testify on the easement for 1956 Dillingham Boulevard. This is the HECO transformer and equipment issue. Yes, Chloe, thank you for being here.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify again today regarding the proposed easement over 1956 Dillingham Boulevard for HECO's transformer and equipment. Just to be clear, we are willing to grant an easement in full support of this project. Unfortunately, the proposed terms still include ongoing maintenance obligations for us as property owner, including responsibility for bollards that exist solely to protect HECO's equipment. If those bollards ever fail and damage occurs to the transformer, we would be held liable. And that kind of risk that is tied to the equipment that we do not own or control is simply unreasonable, and we have a hard time accepting. And the cost of maintenance is safety structures will continue indefinitely, knowing that the easement will be perpetual. Over time, it will almost certainly exceed the one-time compensation being offered to us. This is not a fair exchange. We are giving up control of the portion of our land, yet we are being asked to carry the financial and legal risks that comes with that easement. In addition, HECO's contractors have informed us that they will use areas outside the designated easement for staging and parking. This raises serious concerns for our tenants, especially on Dillingham Boulevard where parking is really scarce. If there is a room for negotiation, we respectfully ask the board again to first remove the property owner's obligation to maintain the bollards and landscaping in that easement area, and remove the language that makes the property owner liable if the bollards fail, as their installation and upkeep should be HECO's responsibility. And these bollards exist solely for the protection of HECO's equipment. Second, revise the right of entry language to ensure that access is limited strictly to the designated easement area. Again, we fully support the progress of the rail and related projects and have not once challenged the appraisal for compensation offered, but we cannot accept terms that impose long-term risks without fair compensation or disrupt the lives of our tenants. We are simply asking for an agreement that is just and equitable. And thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you, Cole. Anyone have any questions of this panel? Thank you.
But maybe of Krista, if we call Krista.
I think Krista is going to testify on this specific resolution. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? No? Anyone else here to testify on any of the agenda items that we have? Do we have any written testimony?
We do have one piece of written testimony. This on. We do have one piece of written testimony. Again, from Public Works laws and having the discussion about performance metrics in open session, which I think was going to be the chair's intent anyway. But I don't know if there was some reason that it was going to be an executive session.
Chair?
Yes.
That item, I was going to request that it be deferred to the next meeting.
you already got that testimony that was put on.
There were actually two pieces of testimony. There was one for the HR committee on, that we saw up on the screen, and then there's another one for the
Was
performance
position
metrics.
description for the EO. and
Yes.
This one is
Or the exit interview.
for the exit.
exit interview,
Right,
yes.
and this
Yeah,
one is
thank
the executive director's
Performance metrics, that's right. Yeah, so if this is going to be deferred, then again, it doesn't matter. But I did want to make sure the board got the testimony.
Okay, so can we at least, make when we get to agenda item number 14, Lisa said that she's going to ask the matter deferred, however, we will ask that it be put online. Okay. Lisa said that agenda item number 14, she will ask that it be deferred, but we should have the testimony online. So we will put it online at that time. And as you know, we can come back to that matter when we get to it. Anyone else? Any other testimony submitted online? No? So with that, members, I'm gonna go to the, we already know from agenda item number 3, approval of the video minutes and summary. We've gone through that with the other subcommittees, and we are going to defer that matter and take care of it the way we had discussed in the past, which is that the board will comply and we will come up with, for lack of a better description, index of that, and we will have it all up within 40 days of the last meeting. So that's March, so April, so into May. Thank you. But by the way, I'm calling for all public testimony on any agenda item. Anyone who wanted to testify on the approval of the video minutes? No? Now we're gonna go to the respective committee reports. Anyone here to testify in the respective committee reports? So let me begin with the Project Oversight Committee meeting, which today, which was Kika. Kika is not here. Is there?
There is no vice chair, Chair.
We should have a vice chair.
There's no vice chair on that?
No.
All right,
Would you like me to present the summary in the meantime, Chair?
sure, if you want to volunteer.
Chair, your Project Oversight Committee met this morning. They considered 3 resolutions to secure properties by eminent domain, which were all approved. The committee voted to defer the item on regarding the position of the Board of Directors, legislative appointees' ability to assist the board pursuant to Act 1. And we heard the testimony from the HART team on the February 2025 monthly progress report and the February 2025 project management oversight contractor report. And that was the business of the committee, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone here have any comments about the summary? Thank you very much for volunteering to do that. The next item is the joint meeting of Finance and Project Oversight Committee. Robert?
Yeah,
Sorry, by default, it's you.
No, that's fine. The Joint Finance and Project Oversight Committee passed out, approved the revised financial plan and the 6-year CIP plan. And that plan is going to go to the mayor's office and the city council. Thank you.
Okay, anyone here have any comments on that?
There is no finance committee.
No, I know, I was gonna say, there is no finance committee meeting, so pass.
Sorry.
Human Resource Committee meeting, please.
Yeah, so the Human Resources Committee met, we had full attendance, all 3 of us. And we deferred 2 items on the agenda to another time after Accor has weighed in on the testimony that was provided. But the one item that we would like to take to a vote that we all agreed to on the committee is a minor edit to the position description for the executive officer. So while we have quorum, it would be great if we could get that put before the board so that if it does get approved, we can post as soon as possible. Thank you.
We will move that up.
Okay,
This
thank
is
you,
just
Chair.
a report now. So anyone here have any comments about that report? Okay, let me again call for anyone in the public who wishes to testify in any of the committee reports. Hearing none. So members, with that, I am going to assume that the committee reports, no one on the board has any comments on that. So we'll move away from agenda item number 4. Thank you, and thank you, Anthony, for agreeing to do the summary for Project Oversight Committee. We are now going to go to, since I have a hard stop with you at 1:30, Roberts, can we delay the executive director's reports, and then let's take all the voting matters, which is the resolution and the executive officer position description, and then we're going to have to discuss the board member travel protocol and travel upcoming conferences. But with that, let me begin with the resolutions. So we are going to begin with, and anyone here to testify on, can I take these resolutions together? So anyone here to testify on resolution number 6, which is 2025-9, which is the 560 Halikawila Street for Design Partners. Number 7, which is the Bank of Hawaii trustee for Catherine McGraw Cooper Trust, which is resolution number 2025-10, and also 2025-12, approving notification of the City Council of the intent to acquire by eminent domain simple interest in the portion of the real property identified as tax map key 1-2-1-031-039, located at 576 Halikawila Street. And then we have resolution number, agenda item number 9, which is resolution number 2025-13, approval to acquire by eminent domain and easement over, under, and through across a portion of real property identified as tax map key 1-2-010-01071, which is located at 1956 Dillingham Boulevard. This is the one that Chloe Kang just provided us testimony on. So with that, anyone here to testify on those 6 to 9 agenda items? Seeing none, hearing none?
Chair,
Yes.
could I suggest that we take the first 3 as one group and then the Kang property as a separate motion?
Sure, that's fine. So let's take the first 3 together.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, Krista? Go ahead. Is there anything you wish to add?
I do have the presentation that I provided earlier to the committee. I can go through that again.
Members, I think everyone was here for that. Would you like to get a?
Not me.
Huh? Oh, you weren't there. Okay, please, go ahead.
So Hart is asking for approval to notify the City Council of our intent to use eminent domain for the acquisition of 3 partial small areas on properties along Halikawila for column location. You'll see the first one is for Design Partners. The overview of the full property is on the left, and on the right you'll see the highlighted yellow area. That's what we intend to acquire. It's 148 square feet, so it's just a very, very small portion of the property. And that is for a straddle bent column. Part of the column is in the public right-of-way, part of it is on the private property, and then there's a maintenance and safety buffer area around it. Next slide. The next one is for the Catherine Cooper Trust property. And again, on the left, it shows the full property, but on the right, it shows the fee area that we'll be acquiring. It's 475 square feet, again, to accommodate a column a straddle bend column to support the guideway. And the last one is owned by Big Brother Big Sister and Goodwill. And that is a 203 square foot area. The column is located in there, and then there's the maintenance and safety area around it. For some background, HART requires a fee simple interest in a portion of the subject properties to accommodate the placement of guideway straddle bend columns along Halakuila Street. The amount of just compensation for each property has been determined according to the URA. HART provided an offer to acquire the fee simple interest in each portion of the properties. Two of the owners rejected HART's offer. The third, as of the writing of this, had not responded. We have since talked with them, and they are looking at the offer and hopefully will be getting back to us. The owners have been given a reasonable time to consider the offer. In order to adhere to the project schedule for CCGS, it's necessary for us to refer the properties to condemnation. Efforts will be made to continue negotiations with each owner with the goal of reaching an amicable and reasonable settlement. So as you know, the condemnation approval process takes quite a bit of time. I have a summary of it on the back here, or on the last slide, I'm sorry. Upon approval of the resolutions, we'll provide a letter to the City Council that notifies them of our intent to acquire a portion of these properties by eminent domain. The council then has 45 days to approve or object to the condemnation. Upon approval or no action by the City Council, then we will come back to the Board of Directors for approval to, excuse me, for approval to file the actual eminent domain action. So while that process is ongoing, we will continue to try and negotiate with these owners. Thank you.
Okay, members, do you have any questions of Krista on the first three resolutions? Resolution 2025-9, 2525-10, and 2025-12. These three are, it's just to notify City Council of the intent to acquire by eminent domain. Yes?
Are these all parking areas?
They're not all parking areas. One of them is in like a grassy area. Two of them are parking areas. Yes.
I have a question, Chair.
Are you done?
For now.
Yes.
Okay, so there's no testifiers here for these resolutions, but I'll just ask, are there anything that we're gonna, or HECO is not putting anything on their property, right? So, okay, so that means there's really nothing that these landowners or property owners are responsible for maintaining then?
No, so these are fee acquisitions where HART will actually have all of the ownership interest and responsibility
all
for the
right.
property.
And, okay,
These are not
thanks.
easements.
Okay, got it.
Chair, I'd like to move that we approve Resolution 2025-9, Resolution 2025-10, and Resolution 2025-12.
I second. Oh,
Okay, there's a second. Any discussion? Any further discussion? I just want to clarify one thing, Krista. None of these fee owners or their trustees have gotten back to you?
No, that's not accurate. Two of them have actually rejected the offer. So Design Partners and Catherine Cooper Trust rejected our offer, and I would imagine are working on maybe a counteroffer or something along those lines. Goodwill, Big Brother Big Sister, at the time that I prepared the presentation, we had not had communication with them. Since then, we have, and we will continue to do that.
So have they actually rejected the offer?
They have not come out and rejected, nor have they accepted.
Any further discussion, members? If not, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. We have unanimous consent on agenda items number 6, 7, and 8. Okay. Now, agenda item number 9, which is the Resolution 2025-13, which is approval to acquire by eminent domain an easement over, under, through, and across a portion of real property identified as tax map key number 1-2-010-071 located at 1956 Dillingham Boulevard. And this is the Kang property that we had testimony about earlier. Anyone here to testify either on the three that we just passed or on this resolution? Hearing none. Krista, please proceed.
So this is a request to approve for Hart to acquire an easement by eminent domain. Property overview. I believe you all have the presentation. 1956 Dillingham Boulevard. The easement is 116 square feet, and it is for placement of a transformer and protective bollards. It's necessary to relocate utilities along Dillingham Corridor in preparation for construction of the Honolulu Rail Transit Project. Hart requires an easement on the subject property to accommodate the installation of a transformer and placement of bollards. Hart is acquiring the property rights pursuant to a Hart-HECO agreement of May 2018. Hart presented an offer to the owner to acquire a non-exclusive electrical easement in June of 2023. The owner's been given a reasonable time to consider the offer. In order to adhere to the project construction schedule, it's necessary to refer the property to condemnation. Efforts will be made to continue negotiations with the owner. Our goal is always to reach an amicable settlement. Easement rights will be assigned to HECO once the condemnation has been completed. And this is the final stage of the approval process, so this would actually allow us to file the condemnation.
This is the property that Ms. Chloe Kang testified on.
That's correct.
So this is of the four properties, this is the one that, following up on Board Member Alto's question, this is the one that involves Hawaiian Electric.
Correct.
So members, do you have any question? I assume you're through, Krista?
I don't think you.
Yes, Chris.
So this is for an easement and not acquisition of this piece of the property?
Acquisition of an easement. So we would be acquiring property rights, which is an easement. So we have rights to use the property for purposes of placement of a transformer and bollards.
But the current property owner would still be the owner,
Correct.
but couldn't really do anything with that piece of the property because our transformer and our bollards would be on there, right?
That's correct.
What is the basis for the requirement that the owner maintain the bollards and landscaping, as we heard in public testimony? If we're taking their property, why should they have to be maintaining what we put on it?
Chair, if I may just piggyback on Chris's question with a specific example. If a truck were to back into one of those bollards and damage them, is it up to HECO or the property owner to replace that bollard?
So first of all, I want to make it clear that I'm giving you my interpretation of HECO's requirement, okay? I'm not HECO. When asked, HECO has responded that the bollard is for the owner's protection because if somebody backed into the transformer, there's some obligation to protect the transformer. So we place the bollards there. Hart is actually installing the bollards, but should they need maintenance in the future, it is the owner's responsibility. That's HECO's requirement. It's their requirement across the board, and they would not change it for the Kings. We asked on more than one occasion. So that is the requirement in the standard easement document.
So HECO requires that the property owner maintain the bollards?
Correct.
For example, they wouldn't accept Hart maintaining the bollards? They insist that it be the
Not
property.
maintain these.
It's not our facility. So because we are relocating the lines right now down Dillingham, we are involved in the construction of the relocation, but these facilities will be transferred to HECO. They're their facilities.
So it's really like HECO owns the bollards but refuses to maintain them and insists the property owner do it. Is that what I'm understanding from the HECO requirement? And we're just kind of on the sideline here trying to,
Like to Anthony's point, in HECO's mind, that bollard is to protect the property owner. If a vehicle or something damages that transformer, It's going to be the property owner's responsibility to fix the transformer. So the bollards are there to protect the property owner. And so that's their logic of that's why the property owner has to maintain. This is not our facility. HART nor DTS, when we transfer, are going to be maintaining this. And it's correct. To serve properties.
And I will say that typically HECO would put the bollard outside of the easement area. So the owner would not be compensated for the land that the bollards are on, but we put the HART, it's because we are following the Uniform Act, and any land that we encumber, we need to pay for. We are placing the bollards in the easement, and the compensation has been calculated, taking that into consideration, the extra property that the bollards take up.
There is no landscaping.
And there is no landscaping.
We're not putting in, because the language, HECO requires it. We're not putting landscaping, there's none existing. The concern for HECO is in the future, if DPP or city makes a requirement now that a property owner has to have X amount of square footage of landscaping, HECO does not want that responsibility to be theirs because they have the easement.
Currently, there's no responsibility, so there is no landscaping.
Okay. So seems slightly disingenuous for HECO to say, these bollards are there to protect the property owner, because of course they're directly there to protect the transformer, right? But then you could also say, well, if someone damages the transformer, then someone could come after the property owner legally, and in that sense, it would protect the property owner too. But the reason there's a requirement is they don't want their transformer backed into, right?
And I mean, you pointed out that compensation should, in theory, consider those circumstances that this extra obligation is being imposed on the landowner, and I would assume would impact the appraised value of the valuation of the easement in theory.
In theory, the valuation values the land as it's being used. So it takes in consideration the fact that the bollards will be there. I don't know that there's a way to quantify what any sort of responsibility might be into the future. And so, is there a line item associated with that?
Right, probably not, right.
But the fact that it's incorporated into the land value, we feel that the compensation is there. The language for us, we're subject to HECO, and they will not change this. And so we're at a point where we need access to stay with our schedule. This is about access for me. And the only way I can get access right now is to condemn the property.
So Krista, have we had any other properties that we acquire or have an easement in the past that require the landowner to maintain the?
Yes, any of the properties with bollards has the same language in the document.
And how did we resolve that? Was
It's been an issue in the past.
Okay. I could just tell you, the landowner, if the landowner has to maintain has to maintain and pay for the transformer should it get damaged. I don't exactly know how that transformer looks like, but it may not necessarily be a car backing into it or a truck backing into it. Someone just walking around could just damage it, right?
With a hammer.
With
a hammer.
Yeah. So I don't know. I can't bring myself to agree to something like that HECO imposes on a customer for their equipment. I'm just telling you this. I know we just barely have a quorum, but I'll just let you know my feelings in advance.
It seems to me, Chair, that HECO has us over the proverbial barrel, not for the first time, and are playing the heavy. My heart goes out to the Kangs. On the other hand, this easement is on the critical path, and we have an even higher responsibility to make sure that the project stays on track. And Krista, you've got experience of eminent domain proceedings around the country. Is this sort of standard practice for a utility to thrust this responsibility onto an owner?
I don't think I could speak to that, Anthony. I don't have experience necessarily with that particular, with this particular issue. Like I said, it hasn't been brought up as an issue in the past with even any of the owners in the area that have the same requirements. So I don't have that same experience. I do know that this is impacting schedule. The contractors wanted to be on the property 2 months ago, and it's impacting the Dillingham utility work. And so while HECO has this requirement, and we may not agree with it, it is their requirement, and it's in all of their standard documents. It's not specific to the Kangs. And our job, like you said, is to preserve the schedule. And I don't know another way to do that other than to move forward in this manner.
Well, you know, Krista, I think if you recall what Chloe Kang's testimony was, she said you're expecting them to assume this without just compensation. In other words, you're expecting them to do this and they're not being compensated for this additional responsibility. That's a different argument than one of, and quite candidly, we have gone through this with HECO in the past. Waimana is a prime example of what we've had to deal with HECO and they just took the easement and said, you know, we're just gonna use this. And it wasn't until the board said, you know what, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna just pay us $1 million and do this. And we ended up with, by holding our line with HECO, that they ended up basically paying us more money and digging the trench for us and putting in the line for us. So I understand the idea that this is a critical path or whatever, but then if that's the case, then we've waited too long, but that part of that responsibility falls on us, on HART, for waiting this long, because Waimana came up, and Waimana, we're not even, it's outside of the Civic Center, the truncated FFGA. I am sort of with Robert on this, that yes, I understand this is all we have in terms of quorum, but I'm not willing to put a family in the position of having to protect HECO's. Again, we're protecting HECO because this is HECO's stuff. We do this all the time. We condemn property, we do eminent domain, and then we turn it over to HECO. And whether HECO doesn't care whether they pay just compensation or not, they're just HECO. So they just expect us to absorb it. And just like they did on Waimana. And I'm not necessarily convinced that this is something that we should do.
Chair, if we go back to HECO and say to remove the bollards, would that be sufficient?
No, I mean, it's up to them, because they're still putting the liability on the landowner and they're taking an easement. Maybe they should buy the easement, and then take full responsibility so that they don't have the responsibility of maintaining technically the transformer on their property and not get compensated for it. I think that is really what grates me. I don't know what bothers Robert, but you know, and this is something, it's our eminent domain. It's HART's eminent domain rights. So we go in, we do this for HECO, and then HECO just says, okay, you gotta protect the transformer because it's on your property. We're protecting you by putting these bollards up, and then that's to make it so that it's easier for you. I find that, it's maybe just me, but I find that totally disingenuous.
It's Orwellian.
What?
Orwellian.
Oh, yes, 1984.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Inasmuch as I'd like to get some confidential information from Krista, can I ask that we go to executive session for the purpose of discussing valuations and other matters like that?
Sure. So, the motion is going to be, and we have the right to do it under our agenda. The motion is that the board will enter into executive session pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statutes 92-4 and subsection 92-3A3 to deliberate concerning the authority of persons designated by the board to conduct labor negotiation or to negotiate the acquisition of public property or doing the conduct of such negotiations, and subsection 92-5A4 to consult with the board's attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the board's powers, duty, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. I assume, Roger, you make that motion,
Yeah.
and it's been seconded. Any further discussion?
Sure.
Chair?
Discuss on item 9.
Just on item 9. Okay, just on item 9, which is the Kang property.
Online, so we can go in the room.
Right.
Yes, and then we will have Natalie, you can put your statement, or we can just incorporate what you said in the past.
Yeah, so I'd like to make two comments. First of all, if I understood correctly, the question was asked whether they would even be able to use that property with that easement there, and the response was no. And so it seems to me, why is there going to be just an easement? Why is it not a full acquisition of the land itself, the fee? So that's one thing. With respect to going into executive session, I understand I won't be allowed, even though there is no policy against it, which I think is absolutely wrong. But that's, I guess, your prerogative and the decision that CORE has made. So thank you for allowing me to make my comments.
Thank you, Natalie. So with that, members, any further discussion? If not, do we have unanimous consent? Wait a minute, I don't have quorum. Chris Wyland? He went to the bathroom? Okay, we have to wait because I don't have enough votes. But.
I could bring my mic too.
That's what happens when we only have 6 voting members.
And I assume that Krista will be part of the executive
Right,
sessions,
right.
yeah,
And as with that,
as our attorney would be, yeah.
went to the bathroom. Okay. Sorry, Chris.
I'm
So-
sorry, I can't.
No, understood. So, members, we now have the voting quorum that we need. So do we have unanimous consent to go into executive session? Oh, yeah, yes, we do. Thank you very much. So everyone else who isn't related to this particular issue, and Natalie will be put in the room.
She can stay, because we're going in the room.
Oh, we're going in the room?
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have any, okay, sorry.
Board member online.
Okay. Thank you. We're back from executive session. This is the Hart Board meeting on Friday, April 25, 2025. It is approximately 12:40 a.m. Sorry, it's approximately 12:40 p.m. So with that, members, we are back after executive session. We have pending before us resolution number 2025-13, which is approval to acquire by eminent domain an easement over, under, through, and across a portion of the road property identified as tax map key number 1-1-2-010-071, located at 1956 Dillingham Boulevard, Honolulu, Hawaii, owned by Gerald Kang and Chloe Kang. So with that, members, do we have,
Sure.
oh, we were in executive session?
Thank you.
Sorry. And under sunshine law, I must do a summary. As members who are in realize that we did discuss this particular resolution and received advice from our attorneys, both the outside counsel plus 2 core attorneys, and also from the Hart staff as to issues such as the critical path and so forth. Thank you very much, members. So with that, unless anyone else wants to add anything, we'll go back to resolution number 2025-13. Further discussion, members? Not, is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the resolution.
I'd say,
We're gonna add language.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that the resolution be approved. I would like to say that this was as you can tell by the time spent in executive session, this is something that the board had debated at length. And so with that, we have a motion and a second to approve the resolution. Any further discussion?
Chair,
Yes.
just a question. So can you clarify for me and for the public whether the purchase of the actual fee would have been feasible, or is that something that you can't discuss?
We can ask Krista that question. Krista, the question is the purchase of the actual fee something that could have come about? Is that your question, Natalie?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
So the fee acquisition is, in this instance, more than what is needed. And I think I misspoke earlier when I said that there's no use to the property. Where the transformer is, obviously you can't put anything there because there's a transformer there, but the easement is larger than the transformer area. And so where there is not a transformer, it can still be used for, like if it's next to parking, there can be parking there. They just have to be able to move the vehicles. They can't build on that area, but there's things that can happen. There's also FAR associated with the property. If we buy it in fee, they don't have that FAR. This is a small area, so that isn't necessarily the biggest concern, but that is a concern on easements. You don't want to take more rights than you need. And so the compensation, though, is calculated based on a market value of the land, and then a portion of that or a percentage of that based on the disutility of the property. So when there is a thing such as a transformer, that disutility is rather high. It's almost as if we are buying it for fee, or we're paying for it almost as if it's fee. So that's kind of how it's factored in, Natalie. They look at what is the rights being acquired and how is that how's that impacting the use of the property, and it's part of the compensation.
Okay, thank you. Understood. What is FAR? I think that's what you said. FAR? What does that mean?
Area ratio.
Yeah, floor area ratio, that's for developing property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other discussion? If not, we have a motion and a second. So members, do we have unanimous consent on the passage of this resolution?
Yes.
We do? Thank you very much. So resolution number 2025-13 is approved. Any further, anyone else testimony, comments? No?
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on. The next item is resolution number 10. I think this matter has been deferred. This is not resolution number 10, but this is agenda item number 10. Resolution number 2025-10 regarding the position Board of Directors of the Honolulu Authority for Rapid Transportation, recognizing legislative appointees' ability to assist the board pursuant to Act 1. This matter was first noticed on the POC committee agenda, and it was deferred, so technically it isn't properly before this board. Now, the next item is item number 11, and I'm sorry that we're moving away from you, Laurie, but I'm trying to get all the voting done. This is agenda item number 11, which is the financial update and the 6-year CIP. I believe this just goes directly from finance to the mayor and
the
city
city,
council.
yes.
So it isn't something that the board needs to take any kind of affirmative vote on or action. However, members, do you have any comments or questions on this? We just went through it, and there's a joint POC finance meeting.
Maybe Dan, could you double check the financial policies? I thought the full board did need to approve any changes to the financial plan in 6-year. That's why we put it on the full board agenda. It's in the financial policies.
We're talking about something, the that goes straight from finance to the council.
That's the budget. The budget goes straight,
Right,
but
the
this,
6 year CIP, yeah, I think
yeah. So
Also, we do need a,
I think so, yeah, and apologies if I misspoke.
okay. So members, this
Chair?
is, yes.
I'd like to move that we adopt the financial update and 6-year CIP
As was adopted by the
as
board.
adopted by the Finance Committee and the POC, yeah.
So with that, any further, is there a second? Second, Roger, okay. Moved and seconded, any further discussion? If not, oh, before I call for that, anybody here who wants to testify on agenda item number 11, which is the financial update and 6-year CIP? Hearing none. Okay, members, we have a motion and a second. Hearing no one else for any discussion, do we have unanimous consent? We do. Thank you very much. Now we're gonna do,
15?
13?
15.
15.
We need a vote on that one.
Okay. So executive officer position description, this came from the HR committee, and what the HR committee has proposed is a slight amendment to what we have been presented before. So with that, first
make a
of all,
motion
anyone
to-
here to testify on agenda item number 15, which is the executive officer position description? Anyone? I would like to take a liberty and thank Lisa, who has stepped up and done really beyond a call of duty of any board member, which is to sort of assume all the responsibilities for us as a board. Thank you very much, Lisa. So with that,
Okay, you should make the motion, or do you want
Oh.
your committee?
I'll make the motion then, that we make a modification to the position description to modify, basically putting in a preference for particular majors that are listed there previously.
before you go any further, Dan, do we need to vote on the position description and the posting of the position description?
I think, yeah, I mean, it was just a recommendation so far from the HR committee, so I think it's better if the whole board.
Okay, so we are voting not, in addition to the amendment that what the HR committee voted on, we are as a board also voting on the posting of the executive officer position description and also with the amendment. Okay. Second?
Can you clarify what the modification is?
It's in your,
Yeah.
it's in your binder.
It's very minor.
I did at the HR committee. So the requirement previously was graduation from an accredited college or university with a major in particular subjects. The only change is instead of major being the only word there, we said a preference for a particular.
Just a preference rather than a requirement.
Well, the requirement is for a 4-year degree, but it's not restricted to the 3 or 4 majors that are listed.
Correct.
At
Very,
the moment,
That's the only change.
yeah.
if you don't have a major in business or something, you can't apply. If you had a JD, for example, you
Right.
couldn't apply.
You couldn't
Yeah.
apply.
Absurd requirement, I support your
Thank you.
concept.
So we,
Yeah, any further discussion on this? Not? Lisa, did you have another comment?
that was it.
You made the motion and the second was here?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Either.
Moved and
Yeah,
seconded,
that's-
no further discussion, any other discussion? If not, do we have a unanimous consent? And we are moving both to post the executive officer position as amended by the HR committee.
And not the full board.
Unanimous consent, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, agenda item number 16 is discussion of board members' travel protocols and travel to upcoming conferences. This was something that we raised. I thought that people had agreed, we had sort of agreed to it in the budget. We do have the money. At this time, I think there's only 2 board members who have asked to
I
go.
think that's right, yeah. I think it was more than.
Chair.
Yeah.
I was interested too, but I didn't throw my hat in the ring because I thought we ought to have a discussion about who goes to what conferences and for what purpose. I mean, they're not we shouldn't just be going on jamborees, right? We should be going for a defined purpose and hoping to gain something from it and bring it back. So I think it didn't apply, but that's why I think it's important to have this discussion.
I don't think we necessarily required an application. We just asked people if they were interested. So now, this is the time to have the discussion. So I know that Roger, when we discussed this earlier, Roger had guest listed conferences that he thought was very good and beneficial. And I think when we first discussed this was when Railvolution, or what was called Railvolution, it isn't called that anymore. Impact. Right?
Yeah.
When Railvolution was coming up, and personally, I tend not to travel. I do enough of that, but I do believe that it's very beneficial for board members to do that. I have checked with Robert. Robert says we have more than enough funds to cover this, and so it's not a limitation by the number of individuals. So the only thing that I forewarn people on is that, and though we might be able to get around it, is I try to avoid the sunshine problem, so that you're not all going to the same conference.
Right.
So I think we could arguably do that, but if not, it's not a headache that we need to have. So having said that, Anthony, do you have any further discussion?
I'd actually like to hear from Roger which of the conferences that he thinks are worth it, rather than just seeing a list.
Sure.
Have you explained it a little bit and what you think that the board members can get from them?
I think there's probably 3 conferences in the APTA series that make sense for board members. That would be the board member meeting. That would be one. The Rail Transit Conference meeting, since we're into rail transit, and the general meeting, which is a conference of that. There are other conferences. There's the multimodal, but that's primarily a bus conference. Robert goes to that one. There's risk management. There's finance. There's numerous conferences, but the 3 I think that would probably make the most sense for board members for just furthering their professional education would be the specialized rail meeting, the general meeting of the transit industry, which is called the annual meeting, and the board member seminar, which is where you get to meet colleagues in similar roles. And I think that can be quite beneficial too, to learn how the other guys do it.
Railvolution, or we used to call
And
it.
Railvolution, I would agree with that too.
That's not APTA though.
That's not APTA. I gave the APTA ones, but for the board members, Railvolution or Impact, I would describe it, that it's primarily a TOD meeting. It is, and there may be interest in TOD from some of the board members, but it is not an operational conference where you're going to go learn about rail transit as something. You're going to see how transit can influence the development of a city and those types of things. Very beneficial, but just so everybody understands that it's not. Impact is there'll be a lot of developers there. There'll be a lot of policy people there, urban policy people, those types of things. Not so many, and there'll be some transit practitioners, but they would not be the majority of the members there. A lot of council members from different cities. Those types of people. But I've been to one of those, and I don't know, I know Lori went to one too. She loved it, right, Lori?
Which one?
Railvolution.
I did not, I was forced to go.
I heard about your stories. But for people other than our exec director, I think that most people like they learn a lot from the Railvolution.
As a caveat, I was E&V at the time.
I know.
I was
It
forced
was
as the E&V director to go.
yeah. Maybe you'd look at it differently now than you.
Lisa?
Yeah, I think the part that kind of bothers me a little bit about this, and from former previous career, I used to be in marketing, is oftentimes these events are very much about networking for jobs and for contracts. And I think that, I think we really have to understand what the purpose is in going. We're not in a position to be networking or accepting contracts or influence from like TOD. Being a board member and dealing with other board members might be valuable, or city council people and that sort of thing. But I'm really concerned about that, as well as the perception of our board traveling when money is such an issue and has been such an issue, and it's been so public, especially lately, not for anything the board has done or not done, but the perception to me is the reason why I would not go. And I also don't have, even though I've worked on this project since 2010, I do not have a transit need to know more. To know more about the board, to know more about protocol, to know more about how we do our functions on the board, yes, but not about transit. And these seem to be conferences that are related to transit. So in other words, we find out about new train technology. Well, we can't use it on this project. That's beyond Civic Center. We find about TOD. That's outside of our scope. We can network with other council people, with other board members that can give us some ideas about how they handled things. Great. But the real purpose of going is, what do we get out of it other than, and we used to call it, just handshakes, getting to know people, press in the flesh, being kind of promoting. We don't need to promote our project, from what I can tell, but that's my perception, and that's why I did not put in my name to go to one of these conferences. That's all.
Yes, Chris.
Well, as Roger mentioned, every board member is best equipped to identify his or her own needs. Okay, and it's fine to say, I don't need this. It's not fine to say none of the rest of you need it either. For example, this is not my first transit board, so I would not need to go to the APTA conference about what it's like to be on a transit board. I already know that. This is about my 5th one. But I do need to know what's going on with rail, which is why I responded to the email that went out to all of us, asking if I could go to one of those conferences Roger mentioned, the Rail Transit Conference, whose entry fee goes up in a couple of weeks. Apparently, I was the only one who responded. I got a lot out of those conferences, and it had nothing to do with networking for jobs or anything like that. It had to do with how people run train systems, and not just the technology, how they run the whole train system. And there's been a lot of development since the last time I went to one of these conferences, which is why I requested to go to the Rail Transit Conference in July. When I chaired one of these transit bodies, there was some concern from some members of, well, what does the whole organization get out of this? So I made everyone who went to a conference write up a little report. Here's the most interesting things I learned at this conference that got disseminated to the whole board. So one person could go to the conference and then everyone could benefit. I'm perfectly happy to do that because, of course, I made people do it myself when I was the chair of a board. I'd be happy to disseminate any knowledge I get to the rest of this board. But I do think that since, as Roger points out, it's in the budget. As Roger points out, board members can learn a lot. I think to say none of us should be allowed to go to a conference would be very unreasonable. I think it's part of, frankly, I think it's part of my responsibility to be up on whatever the current situation is in this kind of transit, whether it specifically applies to our project or not. And so, as I did 2 months ago, I request authorization to go to that Rail Transit Conference.
The Rail Transit Conference is one that you would recommend, right, Roger?
I would think that this is the business of HART, is to build a rail system.
So Chris addressed one of the issues I was going to raise, which is there has to be a report back. We can't just pocket the money and go on a trip somewhere. There has to be a report back. And from that process, we can then see how much benefit we actually derive, so we can take a look at it again next year if need be.
Who was the second name? Wasn't there two people who?
Jared,
Oh, Jared. Okay.
he jumped on very fast.
Personally, I don't like to travel on these things, but I am a strong advocate in the fact that members of the board should. Because though you may think that you understand how systems work, I also happen to believe that you can never not learn something new, that you will learn something new, and then that everyone will benefit from that. That's my sense of it. I also believe that even if some may not think much of networking, and nothing against you, Lisa, but I also think that sometimes you come across issues and then there's somebody you may have talked to or something that may have happened that somehow you go, wait a minute, I think they had that issue wherever. So it's individual and how people would like to go or do feel that they should go. The last time we talked about this, I think Robert and Roger were going anyway to respective conferences and so.
Yeah, and for the record, I mean, I would not be seeking Hart's compensation to go to I think the ex officio officers should be on their own dime. So.
And on top of that, you have a whole department that you can tap into anyway.
Right. So.
And so does Robert. But
Yeah, I think most of the conferences, when Hart board members go to, they'll realize that, Hart is actually pretty unique, right? We're only building something.
Right.
We don't have responsibility.
Operations, right?
Well, now.
Yeah, for now, yeah.
Originally, we did
Yeah.
until 2016 when the charter changed.
Right.
But- and who knows, it may change back.
So that's one of the things that, maybe board members may look at as well, what's the exact benefit, because we don't operate. But, hey, it never hurts to learn something, right? Something. I mean, I go, Roger go, we go because we operate something. And it's good to know what the trends are and just talk to the board members.
I also think that there is an advantage of keeping Honolulu on the map by attending conferences. It's a very cloistered industry. There's only nationwide. There's only 500 transit operators, and only 25 that are, our size or so. There's a lot of federal officials that attend these conferences. There's that, and I think the presence at the conferences, because Hawaii can get forgotten by the continent. They can get totally forgotten. So, and we've got some spectacular things going on here that we should share the gospel.
So, one of the conferences that Roger and I probably haven't talked about is the APTA's Legislative Conference.
Right.
It seems like with this board here, if you want to find out what the current trend is in DC, the Legislative Conference would probably be the most meaningful, it seems like, because then you could actually go face to face and talk to our congressional delegation or whoever you think you want to talk to.
And that is a valuable one. It's coming up in just about 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and I want to give a shout out to our executive director, who's going to be honored at that conference as one of the 10 women moving America. Wow. At a Compto Award, and reluctantly she will travel to Washington. I know it's reluctant for but she has, I think all of us should applaud her selection by this prestigious group to receive this very, very well-deserved and important award, which you're going to get in 3 weeks. I know you got it on the agenda. I wanted to beat you to it, but.
Well, maybe while we're throwing out plaudits, we should congratulate Robert, because at the last conference, your bus drivers won second best in the nation, I seem to recall.
Oh, wow, yes.
Yeah.
So congratulations on that.
Yeah, our maintenance team, and our,
Like a rodeo, the rodeo?
yeah,
It's
the
rodeo?
national rodeo.
Okay.
Yeah, our driver Doug Rago took second
Oh,
place, yeah.
Your maintenance team took second place as well, didn't they?
Our maintenance team won one of the prestigious awards, the Voight Cumming Transmission Award. And our teams, drivers, mechanics, the overall, we came in number 2.
Well done.
So did well.
well, your maintenance group has always been phenomenal.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
from the time that I used to represent them, I mean, they were always phenomenal, and your predecessor and your predecessor, James Cowan, always felt that they were exemplary, and they held their own throughout the United States, and and he did TriMet, so he knew.
Yeah.
But okay, with that, any further discussion? Because what I'd like to do is that I'd like to have a motion to authorize, because we do have the funds, and this isn't, we have it in our budget, in the Hart board budget, because I think we passed the policy statement of last year or the year before, when Edwin actually was very interested in doing this. And at that point, I think I tried to convince you, Anthony, we're in New York, hey, how about going to Phoenix on your way home? And you said no. you were traveled out. But because it is something that I believe is beneficial for the board. So I guess what we can do, I need your help here, Dan, is I'd like a motion to authorize, we have 3, you're interested in going.
So I think maybe first it would be useful to list the conferences that Roger said are useful, which is the Legislative Conference May 18th in DC, the Rail Conference June 29th in San Francisco, and the Transit Board members in Kansas City July 19th, and then Impact, which is Portland,
Oregon.
October 26th. Those are the four conferences that you've mentioned that you thought might be useful to board members to go.
Yeah, you did. You mentioned. Did you mention the annual meeting? I think the annual meeting was one I had mentioned, which is called. No,
General meeting?
it's called Transform.
Transform. Okay, that's Boston, September 14th.
Right.
So you don't
And-
think
and
this
I-
one is useful then, the rail conference?
No, I do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Robert mentioned the Ledge Conference, which is a high quality conference.
So those are 4 APTA conferences and 1 Impact.
Is the Transform conference this year an expo?
I'm not.
If it is,
Yeah.
okay, I'm not sure whether you guys want to travel to Boston or
I
whatnot.
don't think it is an expo this
Oh,
year.
it's not,
Yeah.
okay.
It's
So,
every 3 years, there's a
Yeah.
trade show that goes along. So in a normal annual meeting, there'll be maybe 3,500 attendees.
yeah,
During an expo, there'll be 12,000.
Oh, yeah.
So it's but that's every 3 years. But I would I would express my view too that board member travel should be done sparingly. It shouldn't be that, and it has a perception problem. I agree with Lisa.
That's my
That,
concern.
that
You
it-
can't think of it as a perk.
That it has a and I think that if there's 3 or 4 conferences, if board members go, I think they should spread themselves out rather than all attending the same one. But that's, and coming back with the trip report makes good sense, and what you've learned and all of those kind of things. So
Lisa?
Yeah, so do we need to take a vote or something on this?
I think yes, in part also, I know Lori was at, yeah.
We have a, Robert, we have a category for this. Was it under miscellaneous that we put a lot of?
yeah, it's under miscellaneous, but then if you look at the detailed budget worksheet, it does identify the amount related to travel.
So since we have one board member present that has requested it, that has, told us the purpose in going, what if we just vote on that, move forward, and then if Jared comes to the next board meeting or is present, then we can talk about that one.
Can do that. And what about you?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Because in the same way as the CEO comes to us and says she wants to, we actually typically say, I don't want to go to this conference, but I have to. I think the board should do the same thing. We should hold ourselves to the same standard.
Well, what about, I'm asking you in terms of
So
conference. So that if I can vote two of you, I can vote two of you today.
The MPAC conference sounds like it could be very interesting from what Roger has said. It's
Impact is revolution, right?
Revolution.
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to attend
Yes, boss.
last 2 years ago. Because that's where, and you'd be surprised how many people from Hawaii actually
Oh, yeah.
go to Revolution. I mean, and it's not just, it's people that, heads of bank sends people and all of that, because I think the fundamental issue is that they view rail as an integral part of Hawaii's future.
Yeah.
And that's why I think it's.
It's also supported widely by by Move Oahu Forward.
Right. So,
that's the one that potentially interests me. But that's not until November, did we say? No.
It's October, November.
October
I
26th.
thought Impact was before that.
It's not until October 26th, so we have a while to think about that one. But yeah, that one interests me. If I can learn stuff and bring it back and apply it to the work that we do.
Okay. So, if I can do this by motion, I would like to find out, and then we'll, I think Lisa's position of having Jared when Jared is here to express why he wants to go. We know Chris and we know Anthony. I mean, we can authorize it, but you don't have to go if you decide you don't want to go. But we can authorize it. And then you can check airfare and all those wonderful things. Though I think if you sign up early enough, you can get discounts on rooms and things like that. Don't they do that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a housing office at APTA that would reserve a block of hotel rates, and they're usually at pretty good rates. I mean, everything's expensive now, but they give you a discount.
And they also have tiered registration fees. There's the early bird registration fee and then a higher one. So for example, for the one I'm requesting, the early bird ends in May.
Yeah.
So in other words, it's cheaper now.
Which was the one that you wanted to
The
go to?
Rail Transit Conference in San Francisco, June 29th, July 2nd. So it's for the one that you might go to. There's some other date where the registration fee will jump up, so you'll want to decide before that.
So Rail Transit is APTA.
Yep.
Yes.
And it's Roger gives its stamp of approval for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty operational. I'll tell you that, though. It's pretty operational.
Good for some oversight.
Could
No,
we,
because we're not operations, we're construction.
All right, as Robert said.
I'm afraid we're going to lose quorum here real soon. Maybe we should vote.
I gotta get him to vote.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Oh, you mean for the travels?
right, for the travel. So, Anthony, do you want to put in for Impact?
Let's put in for the pre-authorization, and I want to talk to Laurie as well and her people to make sure that it's actually something useful.
Okay? And you can always decline it later. So
Exactly.
right now, we know Jared, but we'll wait for Jared to come in person. Anyone else here? No? So, I would like to entertain a motion. The motion is to authorize travel for 2 board members, different events, both requiring a report upon the completion of your travel. And it is June 29th for Chris Moylan for Rail Transit and APTA. And when is Impact?
October 26th.
October 26th, Impact, or what we used to call Revolution, for Anthony Alto. Any further, and I just want verification from our finance chair that in fact we do have funds for this.
Yes, we'll have funds for this fiscal year and next fiscal.
This year, this June is this fiscal year, June 29th, so we'll probably be.
Yes.
So we'll have funds on both of this, and this is something that, you know, I take full responsibility for, because it's something that we talked about as something that would assist board members. And this was actually prompted by your pick. That's the reason why I wanted you to go resolution. It was, you know, I want and beyond, the whole concept of what happens to rail.
And that's why it interests me.
Yeah, so with that, members, that's the motion. Do I have a second? Do I have a motion and do I have a second?
Second.
Second, do I have a motion?
Oh, I thought.
Okay, can I have?
I'll move it.
Okay, we'll move motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, do we have unanimous consent? We do.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. And Chair, just for future process, because I know Lori had been asking, so it sounds like any future board member request for travel will come to the board will approve it, and then Lori doesn't have to make decisions on that. Yeah, okay.
So Jared, I think, is also requested, but he's not here. So when Jared comes, the next meeting, did he ask you, Lori? Did he tell you which one he was interested in?
Yes, I don't remember which one it was though. Sorry. I can look through
That's
my
okay.
emails.
I'm sure he'll remember. Okay, so that was agenda item number 16. By the way, anyone have any testimony on agenda item number 16? Not? We're gonna move on to, okay. Yeah. Let's go back to 5. I don't know if there's anything else that we need any votes on. I think that's it. So agenda item number 5. Laurie, if we have to say, I don't think we need to approve your APTA, but go ahead.
Sure. If I could take something out of order, I have 2 staff members here for B. Just to give an update on, we had a staff, we combined three activities last week, Thursday, during lunch hour. I want to make it clear, it's during lunch hour. Hawaii Food Bank fundraiser, staff appreciation, and our monthly potluck. So I have Dolly Moy and Rachel.
Your monthly, I'm sorry, what was the other one?
Employee appreciation, Hawaii Food Bank, and then we have a monthly potluck that we do
Oh,
with our
monthly potluck,
with
okay.
our staff. And so Rachel is, I actually commend her. She's one of our brand new engineers. She just started how many months ago? 3 months, and she volunteered to take on this task. So I give the floor to you folks.
Hi, my name is Dolly.
My name is Rachel Yonamine. I am a civil engineer 3 with HART.
And I work in project controls for SSFM, Stantec with HART. So,
SSFM and Stantec, or are you with?
oh, well, I'm with SSFM, but it's Stantec slash.
It's a subcontract.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So what we did was we did an event which was back in April 17th. And it was
Yeah, so as you guys know that the city runs the Hawaii Food Bank fundraiser and HART is participating. I had the pleasure of spearheading this year's campaign. And so what we did, similar, I kind of copied what they did last year, but they did a Pie in the Face event. So how it kind of works is all employees can nominate anyone, including our CEO. Sorry. A little bit music for some fun there. And then we top 5 nominations go through a voting round. We use monetary donations to vote either in cash or via Venmo for the top 3 people that we want to see pied. In addition to that, we also have the option to do a bid war to be the pie launcher. So people were throwing a lot of money to be able to throw pies at the person that they choose. And this all accumulated at our triple event, which was the Employee Appreciation Day, the Pie in the Face fundraiser, and the potluck, where the main event was getting to watch 3 of our employees, including CEO Laura Kahikina, get pied in the face. But it was so there are some pictures up here as well. You can see how messy and fun it was. I don't know if any of our piees can experience banana cream pie the same way, but it was such a beautiful event that really brought people together. So
Is that Brooks?
It is Brooks.
It
Yeah.
is Brooks.
Brooks, that's Rick Keene.
Rick
They got to pie Rick Keene.
Oh, good.
And then I pied Brooks, and then Brooks instant karma, as Matt called it. I didn't know who was going to pie me because the bidder was the Messiah. That's what they put in the spreadsheet when they're bidding. And the reason for Messiah is I was encouraging our entire Heart Ohana. Brooks was going after me, and he wanted to do a smashing on the whole. Oh yeah, it was giving me the uji. I'm like, please save me, Heart Ohana. And so at the last minute, the bidding ended at 4:30. Somebody bid.
The last 5
Messiah,
minutes.
last 5
They
minutes.
put in
Messiah.
$200.
Yes, and I didn't know who it was, and then all I knew was Messiah proxied Brooks, so I got payback. Brooks came after me anyway, so it was a fun event. It was good fun.
So you still don't know who Messiah was?
Until today, I do not know.
And she never will. That was our one request from
from the person.
So in future years, can board members vote to pie?
Only if you're willing to be a board of the
Only if you're willing to be pied, right?
Yes.
You gotta put yourself out there.
That's right.
There you go.
If you're willing to be one to get a pie in the face
Remember the
too.
dunk
It was fun, and it was right here. So we had the band set up over here first, and the band shut down, and then these wonderful women, they put up plastic to protect the room. So it was good fun
How much
event.
did you raise?
Yeah, we don't know.
Well, that's
Oh,
what
you
I
gonna
was getting
share?
there. So I just calculated the total. So from the Pie in the Face event alone, which doesn't include online donations or canned foods that we've already received, we've raised $2,383.13. All of which is going straight to the Hawaii Food Bank. And hopefully we can get on that zoo tour thing. I'm just kidding. But so community, if I can just say one small thing, community always serves as the forefront of my priorities. I believe that it's so powerful to not only keep your community very strong at your heart for what you do in the work you do, but also like creating it in the environment you work in. And so I'm so grateful to have people like Lori and Rick and Brooks that were so willing to support me in this initiative. It was so much fun, and I feel like we've created a really positive environment where, despite schedules or status or positions, everyone was able to come together for a good cause, and I'm like very, very grateful for it.
Thank you. Yeah, good job. So there is a competition with all the city departments, so we want to know where we stand. So that's why I was confused at cabinet. Our name wasn't even on the list, and we had already made some donations online. So we'll see. We'll see what the standings are.
I haven't made the Pie in the Face donations just yet because I'm like crossing all my T's and dotting all my I's to make sure I have all the money first. But yeah, I guess we'll figure it out at the beginning of May.
Thank you. You have anything else to add, Dolly?
No, the morale at Heart is very positive. We come together as a ohana. We do everything together. We work hard, and we have great events like this. And it's people like Lori and Rick that make it the best work environment for us.
Yeah, I came from consulting, so I always hear the stigma about city workers, and I was so pleasantly surprised to come here and see like the work ethic and the heart of what people are going to do and how they want to contribute to their community. So
Are you affiliated with a consulting company now?
no.
You're a Heart worker.
Yeah, I was working in Portland for a bit.
Yeah.
So I know all about Revolution, how it changed to Impact.
We found you at a job fair, right?
Yeah, I went to a job fair. Yeah.
I think Matt found her.
TriMet?
I worked with TriMet. I worked with a consulting company that we did a lot of TriMet work. So I did a lot of the Red Line, Southwest Corridor stuff up there.
Yeah, that was Blumenauer's baby.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Bicycle.
Yeah, so I just wanted on record too, Dolly is the one that keeps us 1 hour, that's it, let's go. This one, we extended it a little bit, about a half hour longer, because we knew we were combining the employee appreciation as well.
But I keep everybody on track.
She does, she
Dolly
does.
is
Get
the
out,
MVP.
get back to work, everyone back to work. Thank you both
Can
for
I just
coming.
can I just say that my experience with Heart employees is just what I'm getting here, which is that you're all really passionate about the project, and I really appreciate that. So thanks for that.
The technicality, members, is that we have lost our quorum. So as a result of that, from now on, you can't ask each other any questions. We can't do.
We can
any-
talk, but
We
not-
can't, yeah, we can't
Can't
take
conduct
votes.
business.
No votes, and don't ask each other questions.
You guys don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Okay, it's on the side.
Okay, so with that, we're still on agenda item number 5. Anyone else here to testify on either item A or C? Hearing none, Laurie, it's yours.
Thank you, Chair. So going back to FTA PMOC, as Vance mentioned, they were here this week, very positive. They actually got to go out one of the evenings, PMOC, I think, only, not FTA, went out to go experience the testing at night. And they were very, very happy, very pleased at how things are going. And of course, they are watching very closely that OP54, working very closely with DTS, HDOT to make sure that everything is going according to plan. But just want to reiterate again, we will do everything in our power to get to that September 30th deadline to you, Roger, but not at the expense of safety. And then Roger already mentioned the APTA. I just wanted to let you folks know I will be gone for part of that third week of May to go to the APTA and COMTO. They're combining together the conference, and I'll also be meeting with the delegation. So we're trying to set up meetings with them right now before I fly out.
Laurie, I'll be at that conference too.
Oh, great,
Yeah.
great.
We'll expect a report.
I just have a question about, can we ask questions?
Yes.
I can ask questions of, okay.
Yes.
But I can't ask questions of anybody else. God, this is so complicated. So I just want to be sure that when we have all of these, when we had the quarterly meeting updates and all of that, was there any discussion about what the federal government looks like and is going to do?
Yes, actually, thank you for bringing that up, Chair. So when Ray Tellis did his presentation in the beginning, they're losing about
46%.
47, I was going to say
Yeah.
47, 46% of their staff to the second buyout. And so they are really, really concerned about that, because then the next step comes RIFs. So they are concerned. So if we have anything that we need them to review, he says, bring it to their attention so that he can address it. And I have to say, so like these monthly reports, they're coming timely because we're pinging Ray, because PMOC is turning it in and FTA needs to review. When Krista has, when we need concurrence from FTA, I'm emailing or I'm texting him that, hey, this is in your box, can you take care of it? So there is definite concern from FTA.
I know this is a weird question, but is he secure?
He is secure. He does not, him and his deputy have no intentions of taking the buyout, but he's been with FTA for many years. He does not anticipate being part of the RIFs.
But he doesn't believe that all of a sudden he'll be let go. Correct. But who knows, yeah.
Who
okay.
knows, right.
Who knows? All right, I was just wondering about how that
question.
looked, because that's a major issue. Okay, I think that ends your. Yes, Chair. Yeah, so agenda item number 5 is done, and congratulations again on your award. I know you hate going DC, not as much as me, but. Okay, so members, we are going to move on now to 12.
12 and 13.
12.
Legislative update. Is Joey here?
Good afternoon, Chair, members.
Good afternoon. Okay, well, first of all, anyone here to testify on legislative update, agenda item number 12? Hearing none, seeing none, please proceed, Joey.
So, happy to report, Senate Bill 934 was passed out of conference committees this morning at their 9:30 a.m. agenda. The conference draft is not posted yet, but I do have a working draft that they were working off of, and I'll just read the summary from the working draft. Or the description. And so the report title is BUF, Mass Transit Special Funds, State Projects, Expenditure Ceiling Appropriation. And the description reads as appropriates funds out of the Mass Transit Special Fund for fiscal years 2025 and 2026 for a preliminary analysis of financing options for the planning, design, and construction for a park and ride facility adjacent to the Pearl Highlands Rail Transit Station. It establishes a project priority list for use of remaining mass transit special fund balance after the minimum operating segment of the rail project is completed. So there's some typos, and I know there's some there's probably some language that they're going to clean up, but basically the amount in the bill is $572,695,500.
That's the budget cap.
Yes.
And is that in the budget itself as well, or is it just in this bill?
Yes. That's what they were considering in the budget.
It's in the budget.
Yes.
So the bill is really about Pearl Highlands and
Some of the provisions, yes. So yeah, and then it would take effect on July 1st, 2025.
So,
Chair. Oh,
is that new money?
No, it's not new money.
But is it it mandates you to, what does it mandate you to do?
So as Joy was mentioning, so we try to work with the senators to put language in there. So to Chair's point, they are concerned about parking to service Central Oahu and North Shore residents. And we know we need to do something. Even though it's out of the FFGA, we know we need to do something there. So this is just asking us by January of next year, look at some alternatives and the word adjacent though was problematic, so I think they're going to take that out because we want to look at other options. Maybe it's at LCC, maybe it's at Alexander Baldwin, maybe it's up the road.
Can it be a BRT?
Well, no. Well, you mean up like a parking lot up?
no, bus
Well,
rapid
I mean,
transit.
the idea is mobility for Central Oahu people,
It's
right?
specifically parking.
Right.
So
But that's
Could it be a Mililani?
that's what I'm saying. I
Yeah.
asked them to take the word adjacent out of there because if it's somewhere else and we use a shuttle or a bus to come down in the interim, the word adjacent is problematic.
Let's use the money to build an extension to Kauka Boulevard, and we could put a huge car park there at grade.
During the discussions, that was asked, so that's what I said. If they could take out the word adjacent, that doesn't hamper us. And then we added in Ala Moana because we were concerned that all this money, not all, whatever, that 198 that we presented on earlier, we don't want all the 198 to just go to the parking. We would like to have some go to Ala Moana, and so they allowed to put that language in.
Did they put Ala Moana in there?
Did they put language requiring any extensions beyond Ala Moana to be underground?
No.
Good. They discussed that yesterday.
Okay. Any further
Right.
discussion on this? No? Gotta see what the devil is in the details.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so agenda item number 13, legislative update, HR 37, requesting that the Honolulu Authority for Rapid Transportation to extend the Skyline Rail project to west side of Oahu. Anyone here to testify on this? Seeing none, go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, so this is a House resolution, and it just as the chair read, it requests the Honolulu Authority for Rapid Transportation to extend the Skyline Rail project to the west side of Oahu. The measure did not make it through the process. It didn't get heard by the Finance Committee. It was a double referral, transportation and then finance. It got heard by transportation, but subsequently the Finance Committee didn't schedule it for a hearing. So it looks like it's dead for the session. That's the status. And then I believe this was a request from the board to put it on the agenda. So I'm not really sure. I'm just reporting on the status.
This is just a HR though.
Yeah, it's just a House resolution. There was a concurrent resolution. It also didn't make it through the
That
process.
didn't go through.
Yeah.
So this is an HR that didn't make it through. That's unusual. Usually HRs or something like that would make it through, but, okay, so,
Nonetheless, something for the West Side reps.
Probably Kyle, or who's the finance chair?
Just
Kyle
Yeah.
Yamashita.
Yeah.
the reps on the West Side don't have any power, so they're not, House is not concerned about it.
It's always Republican.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyone else have any questions or comments on agenda item number 13, legislative update of HR 37, which basically didn't go anywhere. Okay, so with that, members, we are now going to agenda
17.
item number 17, monthly update on critical position recruitment. Anyone here to testify on that? Hearing none, seeing none?
Sandy last,
Sandy?
but not least.
Chair, before, and I wish I could have done this earlier, before Sandy, go ahead, Sandy reports, I'd like to introduce Mike O'Keefe. And I'm tying it to her because he's kind of on the table, but Mike O'Keefe is the new deputy director that we're replacing Rick Keene. Rick Keene's last day is next week, Wednesday. But go ahead, have a seat, Mike. And he's on the edge, just hit the green mic on the edge. Yeah, there you go. But if you want to just give a little bit of background about yourself.
Yeah, aloha everyone. Mike O'Keefe. Thank you. Thank you, Lori. I've met most of you already. Looking forward to meeting the rest very soon. So just a little bit of background about myself. I have about 17 years with the city. I've been with the Department of Environmental Services that whole time in various roles. Most recently, I've been the deputy director under Mayor Blangiardi since 2021. But predating that a little bit, I worked very closely with Lori at ENV. I was her executive assistant for several years while she was there. My primary role when under Lori and under Roger Babcock, the current director rather, is really focusing on long-range planning, the long-range financial planning, long-range capital planning. I kind of take the lead on managing the department's finances, including kind of being the lead on the sewer fee study that we're proposing right now. I manage the bond program for ENV, which I'm going to be transitioning to someone else in the very near future. But yeah, that's me in a nutshell. I have 2 kids. I have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old that take up pretty much all of my time when I'm not at work. But again, I'm really happy to have met most of you already, and look forward to looking forward to this new role and this challenge. Thank you.
Any questions?
Chair?
Yes.
Natalie, I just wanted to make a comment. I think we're really fortunate to have Mike on board. I was really impressed with the fact that he didn't want to leave the city in a lurch. I mean, that sewer fee increase and the whole proposal to put that into place is a lot of work. And he could have just said, well, I'm leaving. And he didn't. He said he would stay on part-time. So really appreciate that and really look forward to working with you, Mike.
Thank you, Natalie. That's true. So Mike has been part-time, and he will be part-time from April 1st, and then August 1st he'll be full-time. So he's trying to balance his time between us and ENV to get over a couple of those big initiatives, the landfill and the sewer fees.
Just small little initiatives.
Jumping from the frying pan into
There
the
you
fire,
go,
Mike?
there you go.
I'm used to high profile projects, so that's okay.
You're also used to unpopular projects, the
That is
sewer fee
true.
thing. So you've had
That's true. I know
Landfill.
Yeah.
baptism by fire.
Welcome.
Yes. Yeah.
Welcome
Thank
to
you.
the
Thanks,
party.
Lisa. Thank you.
Family.
Long-term transit is the right place.
That's true.
It takes a lifetime to become a transit.
That's true.
Be prepared for Pinage.
That's what I told him. I said, you're
I'm already a little
reprieved
nervous
this
about
year,
that.
but next
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike.
Very much.
Thank you.
Last
Okay,
year.
Sandy. Agenda item number 17, monthly update on critical position recruitment. Anyone here to testify on agenda item 17? Hearing none, seeing none. Sandy, it's yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to again provide our latest update on our recruitment and staffing report. This report covers the period since the last board meeting and up to April 18th, when this report was finalized for publication to the board. Recruitment activities. Since our last board meeting, we have not had any new hires outside of Mike, who's here part-time with us right now. However, our team remains focused on actively recruiting and have been finalizing candidates for our summer intern program, as well as filling other open positions. We are reaching out to potential candidates and maintaining a strong momentum to attract individuals who are a great fit for HEART. Efforts to fill additional open positions are ongoing. Current staffing status. As of April 18th, our staffing numbers remain stable. Currently, there are 45 active employees, which includes 6 appointees and an 89-day contract employee. As outlined in the legend of the open positions report, we are actively recruiting for 13 open positions, and there is a total of 14 vacant but funded roles. These vacant funded positions are shaded in blue on the report. Altogether, this brings us to 72 budgeted positions when combined with our 45 active employees. When we include an additional 26 vacant unfunded positions, which are shaded in pink on the report, our total number of authorized positions is 98. Employee separations. I'm pleased to report that we did not have any employee separations since the last board meeting up through April 18th. Upcoming Career Expo. We're excited to participate in the Hawaii Career Expo on April 30, sponsored by the Hawaii Advertiser, by the Star Advertiser, which we attend quarterly. This event is a great opportunity for us to connect with qualified candidates and highlight what makes our team unique. One thing that sets us apart is the positive energy and collaborative spirit we bring to work. For example, and as mentioned earlier with Dolly and Rachel, at a recent event, we had a fun twist by giving our team the chance to pie our CEO and COO in the face for a worthy cause. This brought plenty of laughs and helped build camaraderie, but more importantly, it reflected our commitment to a supportive, engaging workplace as we work together on this transformative project for our community. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Ron?
Hey, Sandy, have you noticed any upswing in the applicants coming? I mean, at DTS, we've noticed a definite upswing in people coming to us in the last 2 months or so. We just got a list of CE1s. You probably don't even hire CE1s, but there was 88 people on the list.
Is that unfair cuts?
What?
Sorry, can't answer your question.
That's a civil engineer one position. That's a degreed engineer, but with not a PE, just out of school usually. And yeah, but 88 was uncommon. And then for our more specialized positions, yeah, we've all of a sudden got people that are applying, and they look like they're in our senior safety officer position. We have 3 very viable candidates. So, and I know we're seeing an upswing. I don't know if you guys have seen it or not.
Yes, we are, and we are seeing those from the federal also.
We have had some federal employees too. Oh.
We have interviews coming up, a couple of them.
Other questions?
This looks really good.
Thank you.
Sandy, I have one. I was curious about, you said 45 active employees, but that includes the 6 appointees and 90-day wonders?
90, yes.
I call them 90-day, but 80, 90
Okay, yes,
wonders.
sorry.
And you have 2? You still have 2?
We have one now.
1?
Yes.
So is that, excuse me. So if you take the 45, you take the 6 appointees and the 1 wonder out, you have, what is that, 7, 38?
Yes.
38?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, the 38, are those all hard employees, or how many of those are?
No, this, all of
All
this is
city.
only city. It's all city, yes. Yeah.
I just want to say that this is quite a turnaround from a year ago, where the staffing situation was quite unstable. It's you and Laurie, between you, have done an excellent job in tackling that.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sandy.
Excuse me, there's no volume. Did you folks turn something off?
Sorry, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
I want to follow up to the one from last month. When are we going to deal with the rules amendments?
The question is, when are we going to deal with the rules? It's really a matter of scheduling the charter first, the briefing on the charter, because then that determines on the rules, and we just haven't gotten around to doing that. Scheduling the board is not an easy task, because none of us can speak to more than another person, and we have a serial problem. So it's not like you can send Lisa or you can send me your availability to meet. That's our
So
problem.
because Cindy went away,
Yeah.
the scheduling of the charter thing has just stopped. And therefore, you can't deal with the rules amendments until after that's.
Well, we're gonna do charter first, because the idea was you understand what the charter says. But the problem is scheduling, because we, as board members, we can't talk to more than one other person. And technically, if we speak to each other about it, we can't speak to anyone else.
If it's,
Dan, should they talk to me?
yeah,
Today,
they
right
can
now?
talk to you, and
Right
also,
now?
if
Because-
it's strictly scheduling, if all you're talking about is availability, you can have those communications, like that's okay, as long as there's no.
No, I'm just saying we lost quorum, so you need to talk to me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Colleen needs to talk
Yeah.
to me.
You can't, I can't talk to you, right?
Well, whoever might listen, I would love it if we could take some action on that stuff.
So, I'm talking to Dan about this, but specifically, one of the concerns I would have in trying to schedule a special meeting is all the infrastructure that goes into place in order for us to even have this meeting. And this last month, in doing a really poor job of what Cindy was doing before, it's not an easy lift. So I would, and we also have very limited staff, meaning that we have Chad and you. And you guys are both very, very pulled in many directions. So I would recommend that we wait until we have a candidate to schedule any more special meetings because of the difficulty in doing that. If we wanted to do it with the next board meeting, assuming we don't have a ton of agenda items that take us till 2 p.m, that would be great. But my guess is that this is going to be delayed till we have a person on hand that can help us with this. It's no small effort. There's a lot of people in place, players. And to this point, I know that you've encountered numerous emails from me. I wanted to thank you for that, your patience, and Chad for his patience, and Danny Wang, who did a remarkable job getting all of this loaded onto our website. And I just appreciate the fact that people were willing to go above and beyond and stay late, work hard, do a lot more effort than what is ever seen in this meeting. And I thank you for that. I appreciate it.
And likewise.
Any other agenda items or any other board member requests?
Yes, Chair, I have one.
Yes, please.
Okay, so as I understand it, Dan is going to check into the sunshine law with respect to the executive sessions. I think that was specifically related to the metrics, but last month, if you recall, you went into executive session for for Lori's evaluation. And as I understand it, there are higher requirements for going into executive session when you're talking about somebody in her position. It's not the same as a staff position. And those requirements include an evaluation of whether it's appropriate to go into executive session. So I would ask Dan to follow up on that as well. There's a Supreme Court case out there, I think, that outlines examples of what should be done. And then going forward, we should put that into place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm not supposed to talk to you, but that's okay. Thank you, I can say. Yes.
So again, I'm going to talk to Dan and this time to Lori, so I don't break sunshine. But when we do, for the next meeting, I will send out the blank agendas or the protocol, the normal stuff we have in them. And each of the chair, I can only send it to you guys, and to the chair of the committee or the chair of the board. The information that comes back, the chairs need to make sure that their agenda is what they want to discuss and that they provide the documents that go with this. And I think the only case that became an issue this time is with POC and the full board, and we covered all that. So, and then the summaries, there will be no one, as I understand it, I don't intend to follow up with anyone to make sure that those get posted. But the summary, the video summaries from this meeting will need to be sent to you and to Lori to be handled. But no one's going to dog us to get it done. Is that your understanding as well?
That is my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
So I can't speak directly to her, so can I speak to you and say, can I speak to you and say, so what was the concern? The summary of board member requests, that you dog us on all of the summaries?
Yeah, just making sure that we can play sunshine, but I think we're all
Okay, okay.
It had less to do with item number 18.
Okay. All right, anything else, members? Not, I'm going to call one last time for any member of the public who wishes to testify on any of the agenda items that we just went through. Hearing none, seeing none, members, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.